Hello. Hello, fine folks. How are you? Welcome to SketchCraft. I'm Rob Duenas. And I am talking for the very first time today. Because, you know, when you work alone, you don't realize, you don't have to talk to people. So, here we are. Rick and Morty. We got to continue this. Having questions about what I should do, but I'm going to get to that as I get to it. Going to get to it as I get to it. So, hey, what's up? Comic, comic, comicist. I own one. Yes, I'll be making a video soon. I own the iPad Pro 12.9 and the Apple Pencil. See, I made videos with them too, speed videos on my Instagram. Yeah, it's good for development. I got it to replace, especially for like when I'm doing like silhouette design and construction roughies and um, storyboards and stuff for my upcoming comic work and stuff like for Game Cave and all my other stuff like. So I can just. So in that sense, it's great. You know, get up, do a morning sketch. It's recorded. It's right there. It's good to go. So I'll make a whole video in the next couple weeks. Do I use clips to be among us here? No, I do all my work in Photoshop, man. Everything you see is digital as Photoshop. I've been using it since 1994. Um, every art studio I've ever had to work in has Photoshop, so I just learned. I still have to do processing. If you're gonna, print your work, you still have to do channel separations through Photoshop. So I just stick to one program. But if you enjoy a program, you should use it. I have a very simple workflow. I don't have tons of brushes. I don't have, you know, tons of filters and weird patterns and stuff. I just stick to a few brushes and I use Photoshop and InDesign. Man, where does this go? Oh, it goes there. I got all my markers are way messed up. They're all on my desk. I've tried all those programs. I've tried them all. I just stick with Photoshop. That's what I know. And more to the point, when I was first starting out professionally, like 2004, 2003, I used Painter. Right? Painter was the big thing that was just easier to use Painter at the time. Painter, you could do all sorts of painterly things. Photoshop couldn't really do. Watercolor brushes, all sorts of things. But when I started getting into jobs, I could never convince an IT guy to get Painter. you know? And so I had to learn to do everything with Photoshop. Then I found out, if I really need watercolor, I just paint things in watercolor. Yeah. So for myself, I mean, every art career is different. Everyone's journey is a little different than everyone else's. In my journeys, you know, I've had to I've had to use the had to learn to do with what I got, and I'm actually more appreciative of it. So like all of this right here was inked completely digitally in Photoshop. Pretty fast too. Couple hours to go over my pencils. I can do it entirely from scratch too. If you look at the Battletoad stuff, I have a speed paint Star Wars that I did with the retro gaming stuff. You can see that. So, but like I said, if you really enjoy using Comic or Manga Studio, please use it. You know, just get past what program to use and get on with making cool shit. You know. That being said, if you're looking to ever get a job in an art studio, just be aware they're not gonna have Manga Studio. You know. I've never, at least not in the States, I've never. These days, though, they're not even using Photoshop. A lot of them, they're using like Illustrator, and they're like, well, because it's vector, you can enlarge everything forever and ever. I'm like, yeah, you can do the same thing with the minimum of, as long as you have 4,000 by 3,000 pixels, you can enlarge it for a long time. But when you get up close, it's really clean. I'm like, no one reads giant signs up close. Like, so I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's a strange universe where, you know, they have to constantly be innovating, I think, and sometimes there's diminishing returns on that innovation. You know. I think that's the bigger thing. Like, it's like when you find someone who paints really well, and then you go, "What brushes are you using?" It's like, well, that's good to know. Like just from a pure curiosity standpoint. But that doesn't mean you're gonna even like using that brush. You know. And if you really don't enjoy using it, then you're not gonna get much love out of it. Thank you. No, it's a commission. Oh, what now? What now? Give me a second. Look, and that wasn't even anybody. That was a waste. No, just a commission. There's actually going to be a digitally colored version as well, so I got flats being done on that right now. Scheiße. Do I do art? I do, not while I'm working, just because I have a specific schedule. But if you email to rob@sketchcraft.com, I'll actually do a little video. So we don't have to give your real name or nothing. Just I'll be like, hey, an art fan had no, 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 and then I put them in the art tips fan help section. You can see I got a few up already. If you're just trying to get a feel on what your art's like, I would say be sure you specifically state what you're trying to gear towards, right? Like if you show me a bunch of environmental stuff, but you want to be a character designer, then my advice for that, it's not really going to help. I spend at least an hour a night on my YouTube development, so I'll get to it sometime this week. Yeah, no problem. Hey, you know, the trick with that sort of thing is to try to help a person, figure out what they're trying to do. Now, if I give you advice and you choose not to take it, that's really not on me. Like, all right. But, you know, people are asking for help, may as well. I make specific time for it, so it's not a problem. Oh, no, that is part of his shirt. Ah, thanks. Well, it depends on what I'm drawing. You know, uh, these days I get to draw how I want to draw, so I like big shapes. I like bigger shapes. Do do do. He's got cyber grenades. Cyber grenades. I'll be honest, it's tough to get paid to draw like that, from publishers. At least it has been for me. So, but it gets a little easier every year. That's why I do a lot of like fan work, because they pay. Hey, thanks, Jonathan. Do I prefer traditional or traditional? Nah, I think you should always be doing both. One informs the other. Coloring with traditional colors informs how you color digitally, and working digitally, vice versa. You know, I don't think any one is better than the other. You get a different result. Like, I can get really clean ink lines, digitally. But if I sketch it out first, I can do a lot of coverage faster traditionally. Like in 2 hours, I can draw the whole thing. Then I can go in and digitally ink. Sometimes, though, with complicated details like the Battletoads or the Star Wars piece, some pieces have to be digital just because I need a canvas 3 times the size of this, to get all those little details in. But case in point, this is going to be a traditional piece, and then there's going to be a digital one as well, and they're going to be different. So, yeah, you should always be able to sell physical art. As an artist, it's just smart. So if you only work digitally, then you're not going to be able to do that. And if you only work traditionally, then you're going to miss out on a lot more, probably even more. Just how do I say this? Like, it's going to be very difficult to do any kind of professional work because they tend to like cleaner shit, right? or there were tons of changes, things like that. So I think you got to know both, you know. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, well, you know, mix it up. Do small stuff, you know. It's not hard. It's hard. It feels hard to start. I think that's the bigger thing, you know. It feels hard to start. You feel like you do one thing and then you can see 300 million other things in front of you you're not doing. And that's just your mind dicking with you, you know. If you know you need, you know, and you just know, like, statistically speaking, you know, I need to have some kind of traditional work, you know, then start basic. Just start doing pencil sketches. Like, one of the things I started doing just to get, you know, a fan base up around 2010 or so. Because I'd always worked professionally, I didn't really have an online presence much, and I didn't have, you know, any fans or anything. So uh, I started doing like $10 sketches. You know, they got to pay shipping, so it was like 15 bucks, but as long as it's in the States or, you know, whatever it costs to go overseas. And then that taught me how to actually do shipping because I was doing a lot of like, I would bang out like 5, 6, 7 sketches a day, you know, and they were super loose. But, you know, they didn't have to be because they were fucking $10. No one gave a shit if they were, you know, perfect. And people are like, "It's only $10. You're worth more than that, Rob." I'm like, "Yeah, I know," but they don't know what I was doing, right? Like I was just trying to gang a bunch of stuff, and I did 100 of them, like in a month, you know, like really easily, like not even that, a couple weeks. It was crazy. And so then I toned down, you know, the amount of that. Um, Started working in larger commissions, you know, in pencil, and then I started taking those pencils and printing out copies and doing marker work over it because I wanted to figure out how to use markers. And I had been doing watercolor sketches too, you know, for about a year, so working in marker from watercolor made a lot of sense. Coincidentally, I didn't know it would, but it's transparent medium, right? It's going good. Sold almost everything in there, so I got some kill stuff to come up. A couple drawings there, and then there'll be more traditional line arts and stuff I put up in there. So, and then like these prints will go up in there, but I only put like small limited amounts of sets, like 5. You know, 5 here, 5 there. I think what I'll probably do too is I'll start including a sketch with those sets too. Like you get a random sketch. Like if it's Star Wars, you get a random Star Wars sketch to go with it. You know. So I'm not trying to use Etsy to like, you know, live off. I'm trying to use it so I can constantly get stuff out to people, you know? So there isn't like this 8-month gap in between Kickstarters and stuff, you know? That I can say, hey, you can get something here, you can get something there. So, but stuff like that, they, you know, even like stores like Etsy, like, you're gonna have good weeks and bad weeks, you know? Like, I don't even care. Like, if I sell any one thing, then hey, yay, you know? And it's on a network where people can discover stuff. So I don't have to, you know, I have a small core fan base, right? Like, so you want something where people can just randomly discover your shit, you know? So it's good for that. But I won't put up hundreds of prints. You know, that's not my goal. So yeah, it's good. You know, just put up, you know, it's like 20 cents to post something. It lasts 4 months. You know, you make your money back pretty quick. You know. So I had the store for years. I just haven't been using it. Um, I'm not going to build my own because, you know, we tried that once with the forum, and Chinese bots just fucking wrecked the forum in like a week or two, you know? So I need someone that has the money to build a good backbone, you know? What's up, potato? Yeah, Jonathan's good people. Also, hi, Rob. What's up? Yeah, I'm not doing that sub cost and stuff, you know. But that's because, you know, artists put up hundreds of prints, right? They put up hundreds of things, and it's a lot of bandwidth. And so there's all that to deal with. Like, there's a guy that follows me, and I respect him, dude. He's a professional, but you know, he's like, yeah, you know, my store envy went down, and you know, he's like, I'm looking for an alternative that lets me put hundreds of prints and is free, and I'm just like, fucking dude, you know, like, man, I'm sorry, not everything's gonna be free, you know, like. Yeah, I don't have an opinion on selfie. Don't use it. I would say give something a shot, and if you enjoy it, if it's working for you, then keep using it. You know, that's what I always say. Yeah. It's like I have friends that left DeviantArt a long time ago, you know, and they're like, "Oh, I fucking hate DeviantArt." I'm like, "All right, well, I leave my DeviantArt up, you know, a couple times a year. A serious art collector always comes by and wants to buy on DeviantArt. It's always weird. Wants to buy stuff that I did for like Big Dog or something, and that could be $500 purchase, one of those covers. So DeviantArt pays me, a couple times a year, so I leave it up. Doesn't cost anything, you know. But I know people who are just using it to sell tons of prints. And like, well, there isn't a market there anymore, and they go somewhere else. I'm like, well, then there you go. I like the little bit from everywhere approach, versus the, I use this one thing and that covers. I don't, because you just can never tell. Thanks, guys. This the industry's so fickle now. Like people are like, okay, fucking Facebook's awesome. Fuck Facebook. Instagram. Oh, Instagram's. Go use Snapchat. Fuck. Like I can't control any of that. Like, you know. So I try to come up with very specific goals. Like we did the podcast for like 4 years, right? And the problem I was having with the podcast was it cost me like $200 a year. And hosting fees to keep the podcast up. And that was going to grow as the show grow. That was going to end up being like $400 a month. At some point, it goes from $200 to $400. There's no in between. So it's like, I was like, well, I was like, I need a break from this podcast. So I started doing the YouTube, and then the YouTube got to the point where it was paying me $200 a year. Now, I don't make a lot off it, but I make $200 or $300 a year. So I put all the podcast episodes up on there. So I'd rather YouTube pay me $200 a year versus me paying $200 a year to have the podcast up. Now, granted, it's not on iTunes anymore, but there's always equivalent exchange. Like a little bit of I'm not gonna have my little projects costing me when they don't need to. That's just ridiculous. And, you get a visual now. I wouldn't be doing this. Like, this right here also is because of live stream. I was doing live stream initially. And, to do HD streaming, they want $500 a year. And they delete your videos after a couple months. And I'm like, well, screw that. So I just went and got this worked out. Like Twitch doesn't host my videos indefinitely and give me colored thumbs. And so it's like, I'll just stick with this, So it's the best solution. And as far as I can tell, YouTube is owned by Google, right? So it's not going away anytime soon. So you got to pick what you want. And then, there's probably 3, good reasons to do something, or one not to. You just gotta like make a concession somewhere. There is no one all. You ever see The Office, the American version? Yeah. So you ever see like the American version of The Office in the early season? Like Michael Scott was trying to take the company out to like some casino thing, and he told him, "Oh, we're going on a casino thing, paid for. Nope, it's all comped," and he had no plan. So he starts calling up these bus tour places. He's like, "I need something that's like all inclusive, like the hotel, the bus, everything, that all inclusive package, and it's for free. Like you just, you comp it, as a." And they're like, "No, sir, nothing like that exists." So, same thing with like viewers and stuff. Like I'd rather have 8,000 subscribers that are really into this shit versus 100,000 that just follow you because it's trendy to do so. And out of that 100,000, only 8,000 follow you. Now, like that's just. I mean, look, I'd love to have 100 fucking million subscribers, but yeah, I can't control all that. So you want people who actually care, And if you're using a service, like, what's 20 cents an upload? You know, what if it doesn't sell? Well, then I'll take that one down or try to, you know, go do a Kickstarter, make some new fans, point them to the store. Hey, if you want to get some original art, boom, there. Like, it takes time. But for some people, it doesn't. I think we kind of like, as artists, you can always look at that person who like had overnight success and go, see, you can make it big fast. It's like, well, out of the billions of people, that's the exception. Like, I mean, even if there are 100 people, there's still like millions of people using that service, and there's like, a couple thousand that are super big. So don't compete with that, Compete with yourself. I mean, case in point, like this is a separate topic, but when I was first working in art departments, I like to draw in silhouettes. What are my thoughts on Patreon? If it's something you really want to do, go for it. If that sounds like something that you're interested in doing, you should do it. Personally, for me, my opinion is that it's a monthly fee. Now, I want you to know, in all transparency, I actually do support $5 a month to a Patreon. There's a guy I've been listening to for a long time, Shane Monroe, since like the early 2000s. He's been doing his podcast off and on, different kinds, since 1998. And I found him around 2000. And he started a Patreon about a year ago, and I was like, you know what? I'd love to be able to just kind of give back, to the show in some way. Because I bought all of his stuff and thought that would be cool. For me, I personally, don't want to ask people to go support, my Patreon every month. I don't want to charge people a monthly subscription. Everything right now is being a la carte, right? Like I got the Hulu, the Amazon, the fucking Netflix, because I don't have cable, right? Like I draw the line at paying CBS a monthly fee for a Star Trek show, when I have access to Star Trek on Netflix and Hulu and Amazon. Like, I'm sorry. I don't, So I let go of the Patreon because I'll have other projects on Kickstarter, or whatever, that you can back me there. And if you can't that time, next time. I like to be in and out on projects, like right now Game Cave's taken forever, but, I won't make that fucking mistake again. I like to finish things. So, but there are people doing pretty well on there, and then someone sees that and they go, but Rob, this person made $600,000 a month on Patreon. They're like, okay, well, like that could be a quagmire for me, like good for them, but I don't chase money. Like it's just a bad thing. As an artist, if you chase money, you're going to end up in a weird situation eventually, Be responsible, and like if it's something that interests you, give it a shot. For me, right now, I got enough to do. I don't need an extra. Support my Patreon. Support me. Well, fuck. I mean, it's almost a bluff, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm doing this whether they support me or not. I don't have anything else to do, right? Like, what am I gonna do? If you don't support my Patreon, I'm quitting, right? Like, no, that's a bluff. Like that's just untrue. I gotta roll like Keaton's Batman. I want you to tell all your friends about me. There's a guy who doesn't bullshit. Doesn't mind giving advice. Doesn't mind saying that fucking publisher just took 90 days to pay me. That was a complete waste of my life. Be careful about that stuff. And I was talking to these artists at this gig I did recently, and this one guy was like, he did 20 Comic Con shows, 20 Comic Cons this past year. Yeah, I did 20 shows, man. And I'm looking, I'm like, okay, good that you're making that. I guess you're making paper. I don't know, man. They never have it as good as they. I don't believe artists when they say they got it great. You know, like put it that way. It's just a lot of no one wants to say they're doing poorly. Well, very few, right? So can't say nobody because there's always that one artist who likes to complain. But that being said, it's like, man, you should do more shows. I'm like, I can't. Like shows fucking take the living piss out of me. And, I don't think my art gets better when I'm on the road. 20 shows. I don't have that kind of energy, you know. Then again, he didn't understand how I did the YouTube every day. You stream. You let people look at you while you draw? I'm like, yeah, man. Like, when you're in the art department, people got to look at you when you draw. You know? Oh, I'm like, well, it's not that big a deal. They're going to see it's not all perfect. Oh my God. I made a mistake. I mean, there are streams where I've just throwing away a whole drawing. It's like, this was a complete waste of an hour. Rip! Whoo! That's done. Well, we there are like minds out there, right? We just don't know where they are, right, Jonathan? Right? You start to think, am I the crazy one? Am I the crazy one? I just try to tell people, like, my big thing is I just have no benefit to change people's minds. Like, I don't gain from, see it my way. My way is like, don't ever do that. Someone tells you they got shit figured out, you run. Like, I think the better thing is like, look, here's what I've done. Here's what's worked. Here's what did not work. So be wary. When you pursue this, keep these things in mind. The only thing that I really kind of rail against, like, vehemently, are like for paid, like art schools and shit where people are spending $100,000 to get fucking art degrees. That teach you perspective in 11 weeks. Like, bullshit, I know because I went to one and wasted $70,000 paying that shit off, I mean, I got lucky. I was able to do so, but I hate them. Not to say you shouldn't pay for instruction, just don't pay $70,000 in student loans with interest over 30 years plus. It's not worth it. It's also why I give free advice, just to fuck art schools. It's my big F you to art schools, I'll fix that when I get to it. Time is it? 11:15. Now this particular piece is a little tricky because it's got to sit on a dude's wall, So, when it's all colored in, if I colored it all in with Copics, it would just be a big pile of color on his wall. So the thought process here is to color the main characters in the center and leave everything just line art. I did do a version where I actually shaded the backgrounds on the other panels in black and white, but there's so much going on that I think it might end up making it look worse. So I'm weighing that option in my head the whole time, you know. And I did tons of tests. I don't know. I tried them where I tried. This one's funny. This was a test I did where I tried to recreate a darker color palette, you know, and I did little shades, and you can see it just gets muddied up. Then I did one where I tried doing colorized from like pink to like yellow, and it looked like a Rasta thing. I'm like, that really didn't work. That was one version. I did another test on tonal paper where like this turned out kind of cool, but then these characters just aren't as bright as I wanted to with the color pencil, and it was a lot of color blending. And these were traditional, the inks, so these are before the digital inks. And then I did this test with the April where I pre-treated the board like you see here, and then uh, she's colored in, and then these backgrounds will be tonal. Now this, I'm going to finish this piece like this. That looks good, but I don't know if that's going to translate to this piece. You know, there's just so many more elements, and she's the focus, and she's larger than everything, so that I think that would work in this case. But in here, there's things above them and below them, so I don't know. I'm just trying to get through all the characters and then make that decision as I get to there, you know. Mr. Poopy Butthole. Right, because there's I'm doing a version that's digitally colored, so I'll have all that moody atmospheric and all the characters colored thing on that, you know. But I think on this piece, because it's going to sit on the wall, you know, it's just going to look better if I don't split that up. I gotta go to the dentist today. They're good dentists, but that's never fun. Hey, what's up, Ash? Let's see here. Get the mom. Oh, she's got like a salmon shirt on. It's a good question. Salmon rat. Gotta have some warm reds and some cool reds. Oh shit, there's Rick's fucking... It's funny when you forget. You're like, oh yeah, look at that. that back, and then what do we think about drawing comics in Marvel way? Rob at SketchCraft. SketchCraft, name of the YouTube channel. Like Minecraft, SketchCraft. Rob at SketchCraft. Drawing comics Marvel way. It was a fun book, you know. Probably, you know. I, for me, I always sort of took to drawing with silhouettes, but if you enjoy the process, then there you go. I haven't looked at it in 20 years. Thought it would make a great shirt. We tried to put it on a T-shirt once. Marvel wouldn't let us. So. The only problem I had with the book when I was a kid was I would look at it, and then I would see what McFarlane and those guys were doing, and I would look at the and I would look with the and I'm like, that doesn't really add up. And a lot of people would say, well, the guy couldn't really draw. Well, he really can. you know. So the guy was selling millions of copies an issue. But these days, I don't know, man. I don't know how a 30-year-old book's going to help anybody in 2016 other than just fundamental construction and stuff, which is always good. But the fact of the matter is, like, it really comes down to, can you meet the deadline and can, accept the pay. I mean, these days you don't even get inkers half the time. So you're having to ink your own work. Where, you got to take that rough sketch that's in there and finish it in ink. Especially if you're a low-hanging fruit artist at Marvel or any of these places. So the idea of turning in pencil scribbles and some inker's going to go in there and finish your art don't exist for a lot of people. It does for like the bigger people, the guys that are proven that they, the guys and girls that are proven they can, they got money invested in them. Otherwise, you're expected to do your own shit. So some people can pull it off, like Sean Gordon Murphy, dude. That guy can do. Half the time they're just ignoring inks and just coloring their own work. Or, in my case, when I was working with publishers, years ago, like, they would have their shitty colorists, and to get a good colorist, the rate was so small, I used to give up half my rate just to pay the colorist an equal amount. So there's a lot of variables that the book's never going to cover, Like I'm looking for the how to survive as an artist, according to Marvel and DC, versus just drawing comics. Half the backgrounds in Marvel books these days are SketchUp renders, so you're better off how to model buildings in SketchUp. Like the Star Wars panels, half those books are just drawn over frames from the movies, or style guide photos. So they can maintain actor likeness until some other actor plays them, and then, there'll be that. I'm at the point in my life where I just trust my instincts. I use the Force, And I just advise artists, if you want to learn how to draw, like, learn how to draw and then learn how to do storytelling, which is comics. Don't get a book that says how to draw comics. That's probably not going to help. It's probably going to make things worse. Because comics, at the end of the day, the illustrations are supposed to be shorthand. Nowadays, Marvel, DC, or even in the 90s, it's like full illustrations. That's why books were always late, right? Because it takes longer. But, you read manga, that's not the world's best. That's not their best art they can do every panel. That's them drawing very fast to tell stories. I believe that that's actually the better way for comics. Say, fuck color. Like, we shouldn't be coloring any comics. They should all be black and white. And then let the trades be in color. They can go back once they're done and do colored versions for the trades. Thus making trades, whatever. But there's going to be a longer, you got to wait till it's all done to get the trade. So you have a much longer wait. I don't know, man. I don't have the answers. I've spoken to so many comic book artists, writers, editors. I don't know. I just see a book like How to Draw the Marvel Way, and I just keep thinking, like, it didn't help me when I was a kid, I just get confused. I actually thought I had to redraw Spider-Man. That one where he's, like, throwing a punch. Like, I thought I had to redraw Spider-Man every step. I didn't understand, because I was kind of dumb. I didn't understand that, no, that's like the process. You draw this and you add this, you keep adding to one drawing. I thought I'd just keep drawing it perfectly every time. As crazy as that sounds, I thought that. But I put it in the same category as how to draw fantasy dragons, Like, okay, well, that's one way, sure, but to get someone to pay you to draw fantasy dragons is a whole nother thing, you know? I remember, told this story before, but a lot of my friends were telling me, you know, if you got in Imagine FX, like you become Artist of the Month, you'll totally like get to do tutorials and, you know, people, I don't know, it was supposed to like save my life. So I submitted, became Artist of the Month in 2012 of August, and they gave me tutorials to do, and that went horribly wrong. Like, it was weird. They gave me this premise, like, okay, they gave me like a description. And the description of the character I could see in their head was like this chick with the battle axe, and she'd have a tiger, and it's probably supposed to look like Brave, right? Big red flowing hair. They didn't specify the color of the hair, but I could tell what they were going for, like Celtic. Well, you know, when you say Celtic, the stereotype in fantasy comics is red hair, green everywhere, and gold. But if you watch Braveheart, that guy's got white face paint, blue makeup, you know, on his face. So I was like, all right, what if like it was like 80s goth with white face paint, you know, and blue paint, and like I took that thing and did something else. Oh, they hated that. Like, so I had to, you know, I got yelled at. They're like, oh, I'm gonna get, you know, in trouble. My editor will never go for this. You're in a bind. Then they gave me all these things like how to, like, I had to show my inspiration, but it wasn't my inspiration. It was like I had to go find Renaissance pieces, you know. I had to find Renaissance art that would help inform me, but it didn't actually inform me. I just had to like pretend like that stuff, you know. This is where you can find these examples in real life. And I'm like, but that I don't look at Renaissance art, you know. But I had to. So then the check never cleared, and I never got my free book. So there you go. How do you explain that? You know? Do I think people shouldn't submit to their stuff to Imagine Effects? No, I don't. I'm not saying that. You know, just books like How to Draw the Marvel Way don't actually help you in terms of living as an artist. You know. So probably because it's just too complex. Yeah. I mean, Kevin Grievous, the guy who created Underworld, he's written at Marvel. And he used to tell me during that time period that the Marvel editors, I mean, he wasn't there, obviously, but this is the stories he was told, so allegedly. You know that the Marvel writers or the editors at the time, 'cause no artists worked there, it was the editors, they would call the Falcon the Falcoon, you know? Like, how are you supposed to deal with that? You know, like, so I don't know, man. It's all a dog and pony show at the end of the day, you know? Like, it looks good on paper. It sells some books, but how applicable? It's like that. You ever seen that graphic designer's handbook and it has all those examples of contracts that you can draw up for people? Yeah, I tried that once. I tried submitting one of those contracts to a guy back in 2004, and they stopped doing business with me right away. They're like, fuck you, I'm not signing your contract. Straight up, that was the email. Fuck you, I'm not signing your contract. We'll do our shit elsewhere. So, a lot of good that book did me. Probably the best advice I ever got from an instructor I had at school was this guy Jerry Bryce. He's an ex-Disney animator, Fox Animation guy. He said a pretty cool thing once. He's like, no company will ever pay you enough money to successfully sue them. You know? So I'm just rambling at this point. Yeah. No. Not all hyping. Yeah, I don't want it to be discouraging too. You know, it's like you should know the pitfalls, right? Like the realities of like, okay, here's where it could go bad. Here's where it can go incredibly well. You know, but in all things, right? Like moderation and keep your expectations like realistic. You know, do some people win the lotto? Yep. You know, so I'm not gonna say you shouldn't play the lotto. Should you be spending hundreds of dollars a month in your fucking shitty salary to try in hopes of winning the lotto? No. You know, whether you buy 100 tickets or one ticket, your odds are astronomically, you know, not in your favor. So just buy the one and let that be, you know, the hope and move on with life. At least that way you got a shot, right? Produce the best art you can produce, you know, every time. You know, don't take any of this shit for granted. If you got 300 people who follow you, be fucking thankful because when I was a kid, I would have killed for 300 people to give a shit. I couldn't get one motherfucker at school to care. You know? I could, you know? Then when I got in the army, people were like, oh, wow, you draw? That's amazing. Until Saturday night rolls around. You're drawing? You know? Shit. You know? Ain't you got anything else to do? Like, let's go all partying. I'm like, no, I'm going to draw. You know? Yeah, and then you learn that Full Sail is, you know, getting their cut. Oh, thanks, comics. Appreciate it. You know, you realize that Full Sail is making a lot of money in interest, whether you can pay it or not. You know, because of that, they have no vested interest in helping you to actually be successful, right? And part of that success would be turning away portfolios that aren't qualified to be in school. They're not at the point where they're ready to be taught at that level. You know? Right, like artwork is all like being an artist, even computer animation, game design. It's like being a DJ. You know, you're going to be at a place for a year, they're going to ship the product, and then, you know, maybe a year or two, they'll ship the product, and then you lose your job, and then you got to move again. You know, and then you got to move again. Then you got to move again, which is fine when you're like 22, you know, but then you get a little older. Get 30, and then you're like, I need to. Thank God for. That's when they go, oh, fuck Kickstarter games. I'm like, look, are there people who have abused it? Yeah, sure, no doubt. But because of that, we now have a thriving an indie game industry that's focused on making real games, not that fucking mobile shit. So, and where else are the 30, 40-year-old designers supposed to go that can't get consistent work from these studios, you know? They have to go. Speaking of which, I could have learned something more. Digital tutors taught me Maya. I did 2 years of Maya at this fucking art school, right? I didn't fucking know a thing. My teacher used to go, well, you know, Rob, all you do is this is what he sounded like. He goes, you know, Rob, you just push the buttons, you know? I just push the buttons and stuff happens, you know? And I just keep pushing buttons until, you know, it looks right. Like, I'd go, that is not real That is not real advice. When am I going to post the video? Probably Wednesday or Friday night, somewhere around there. So, probably record tomorrow night between 9 and 10 p.m. Pacific if you want to catch it live. Probably won't post until Thursday or Friday. So, I do thumbnails now before I post. I was losing subscribers if I did the automatic post. So, like, for 2 years, I'm like, fuck this shit. So I had this Maya assignment where it involved, building something and texturing and lining the whole fucking environment. And I'm like, I don't fucking know how to do any of this shit. So Digital Tutors just came out. Because I had Nomon DVDs. I got this, one of my student loan things gave me like $3,000 back, right? So I spent $3,000 on Nomon videos when they first came out. And I couldn't learn shit. Yeah, I'll live stream. I live stream all my YouTube stuff. I don't make videos and then edit them and put them up. I just do everything live because I don't have the time for that. We do it live. So I spent $3,000 on Nomon videos, right? And I couldn't learn shit from these things. I was like, these guys are just fucking clicking buttons and doing magical shit, and they don't actually explain nothing. So Digital Tutors came out, and they had that, like, make a pod raiser. And for the first time, some motherfucker actually explained how to use every tool, clearly. So I give all credit to Digital Tutors. Now, Digital Tutors won't show you this crazy fucking Transformers robot they're making. They're going to show you something realistic, And you're going to learn a little bit of everything. Like, I would say if you want to learn Maya, that's, that stuff. Fuck, even get an older version of that program. Fucking Digital Tutors were shit. But Digital Tutors saved my fucking ass when it came to 3D animation. And After Effects, that's the only way I got through that fucking class. So. Yeah, well, welcome to the realities of. I mean, I got endless bitching about art school stories, The fact of the matter was I shouldn't have let myself be abused that way. I should have got the fuck out quickly, But, I mean, there were people I met that I'm so glad I met, I've maintained some friendships. But it was, it's almost like military friendships where, through strife, Tell you, I win $300 million in Powerball. All my friends who got student loans are getting their fucking loans covered. I'm buying all their fucking ways out. Now, I had friends that actually went to the Nomon school, and they got good jobs in LA. So if you want to get an LA job, you want to be part of that motion graphics scene, probably not a bad idea. But these days, I mean, you just got a good YouTube channel, and you halfway know your motion graphics, and you're willing to be a button pusher, you can get a good job. It's not that difficult. Problem is, I hate motion graphics, and I get carpal tunnel sitting there all day clicking buttons in Illustrator and shit. I need to actually move my hand. When I just like click, 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 click all day, nope. Now, I finished, but I dragged that shit out. It was supposed to be like a 3-4 year program. I dragged out almost 7. I dragged out a long time. How long did I drag out? 2002. It was supposed to be a 3-year program. I dragged it out 5 years. Because I realized, a couple years in, first year was kind of like a bit of oh yeah, okay, I don't know as much as I thought I knew. That's cool, I get it. And then, you realize I'm fucked. So I started freelancing and doing cons, and then I got a real job. I got a real job. I got a graphic design job. When you could still get a graphic design job and not have to do web design. Nowadays, graphic design is just shorthand for fucking social media / web guy. Sucks. I'm like, well, I guess I'm out a whole career there. So this right here is all I'm qualified for. It's all I got left. They take this away from me, then I'm just gonna go work at a hotel until those go away. That being said, I don't know. I think if you have talent and you're persistent, opportunities will present themselves or become available to you. You know, Probably the biggest mistake I ever made was trusting in this. I want to say this system, but trusting that oh, if I just keep doing this at work, I'll do well and they'll recognize my talent. Like, no, no. You know, Brandon's wife is the one I feel sorry for the most because she went to AI in Phoenix, but she was in AI when Brandon would be on the podcast and I'd be complaining about these things and she'd get all mad at him because she didn't want to hear it. But after she graduated, she realized what I was talking about, and now she's like, shit, all that time instead of fighting me, she could have just like tried to pay attention. So now I got her working, doing 3D, doing some stuff with Game Cave, and so she's learning more now than she did in school, which is ridiculous. But I understand why that is. You know? Mm. Oh, Jerry. When do I stream tomorrow? Yeah, the same time. Same time tomorrow. I do the video stuff at night, so 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific. So I'll do the video thing at night. During the day, I work on stuff. Oop. Yeah, otherwise it'll be up, and I'll reply to your email, say, hey, it's up, so don't stress. Or you subscribe to the channel, you'll get the notification. It'll be up. It will be up, son. Where is? Oh, there's Sleepy Gary. So you got to do the stripes first. Yeah, I'm doing an iPad Pro review. Probably Friday night. What I've been trying to do is alternate between podcasts. Like when I say podcast, I don't consider this the podcast. This is like the live stream, right? So podcast would be when I have like Brandon and Ashley on, and we actually talk about shit. So how I've been doing it is podcast every week, and then gaming cast on Friday nights. But there's only so much news you can talk about, you know. So and people still like speed paints and audio commentaries and everything else. So now what I'm doing is I'm alternating it, so every other week. So I have more time. Like this week, I did 2 audio commentary speed paints last night. And then things like the review, like, art tips, iPad review, things like that. So probably Friday. If I'm here, I do have family in town, and they may need to hang out Friday. So if Friday isn't available, then I'll do it Saturday. Have to flip that night out. So it's coming. I just have to collect my thoughts. Like, what do I specifically say? You know. So I've been thinking about that too. Now just go, iPad Pro, I like it. And then cut right to the logo. It's an option. Yeah, it's not. I'll get into it. I'll probably get into a further discussion about tools and buying things and what's the point. Probably worm all those discussions into one. Bum, bum, bum. It's 12 o'clock. Ooh, shit. I'm used to watching you at night. I still stream at night. The difference, though, is trying to get on a schedule that so like I work till midnight now, and then I hit the hay, you know. And that's just because it's getting difficult when my wife needs me to run errands and shit to get limited amounts of sleep. So I don't enjoy drawing during the day, so I have to keep my room insanely dark. Like all the windows are netted up. You know. But, you know, there are concessions in life. What are the color of Morty's shoes? Oh, he has white shoes. Yeah, it's like, you know, I had to just taking the car to get maintenance is tough when you're like, well, I wake up around like, you know, noon, and she's like, oh, well, I got the door. Like, it just, this is not even gonna happen, you know. If I want to get 8 hours of sleep, you know, or even 7 hours of sleep, it's like, well, I'm not going to bed till 5. I'm not gonna get up till like 2 or 3, and then make things way more difficult. So. She doesn't complain. It's just I could see the writing on the wall. Like, you know, you get to a point in your life where you're like, oh, that's gonna be a problem. Like either I fucking solve this now, or I'm never gonna hear the end of it. You know. So. So I took care of it. But you know, sometimes your fucking landlord wants to come in your fucking apartment, you know, in the middle of the day, and they won't tell you when. Just we gotta randomly come over. And I'm like, what, are you gonna wake me up now? You know. But I'm a night owl. You know. I prefer. Coincidentally, and here's how weird it is, right? Because of the humidity, it's been cooler during the day. Animation streams? What do you mean animation streams? I don't animate. I try to make things move in one drawing. Hey, what's up, Jenny? I've done 2D animation by hand. I don't enjoy it. Did that for 2 years in college. Spent an entire year making a fish fucking move around. Yeah, you know, the random inspection bullshit. And it's like, you gotta be home. Fuck you. We're gonna come in your house. You know, it sucks. I'll be honest, I never even got the never animation wasn't even something that I did well. I don't like X sheets and timing things out, man. Like that. I could never follow an X sheet. What they call a dope sheet. You know, where you got that giant sheet of fucking paper with, you know, one and then a giant line down here. Like I don't know, man. I just always made that shit up. You know? I wouldn't say I live like that. These guns. Let me get the girl's gun, and then I gotta bust out the reference for the alien rifle. I gave her the alien rifle. It's my own little. It's my own little nod. Yeah, the Apple Pencil's nice. I wish it was about 3/4 an inch shorter. You know. Yeah, range, Johnny. It's all up to the shapes. You know, as long as you know that you get the shapes down, and then you can always hinge something this way and that way. No one's asking. Here's the thing: someone says draw at Adventure Time, unless you're working for the Adventure Time people, you can inflect on the style of it. That being said, like I always act under the like this sort of thing. I'm drawing it based on like if I wanted to get this approved, as well. So yeah, uh, so less interpretation, you know. But you can do this right next to the Stephen Platt style art. It's not. It's just the shapes. A Covenant, Alien Covenant. I don't know. I I didn't look. I didn't think Prometheus was a very smart film, but it was fun to watch in 3D. Had good 3D, and you know, they Ridley said that the first Alien movie was, a horror film, like stuck in a haunted house, based off that haunted house movie. So it's a haunted house movie. So when people are like, people are fucking doing stupid shit in Prometheus, they're having sex and getting killed. I figured that was Ridley making a Jason slasher film. Like if you watch Prometheus and you just pretend that these are all camp counselors instead of scientists, and they go to the resort, the down ship is just the resort, or the Crystal Lake, and that the engineers are just Jason, and all the little Prometheus things are just weird little like Jason creatures or some shit, like in the video game. Movie plays all right. you know, Not smart sci-fi, but as a slasher film, it works really well. Best slasher film I've seen since Scream 2. And when that chick's got that whole religious thing, just supplement the religious thing for like her overzealous mother telling her what not to do with life. Like, look, it requires a huge stretch, right? So, whatever. But I don't get hyped for movies anymore, man. I take them as they come, and if they suck, I move on. I don't spend $40. If something has a 27% tomato meter and doesn't feature Batman, I don't go see it. I'll still roll the dice on Batman because you know, I've already lived through the worst. I lived through Batman and Robin, you know. And it's like Batman can survive Batman and Robin. You can survive pretty much anything. I mean, nothing sucks as bad as that film, guys, right? Like, nothing. Say what you want, nothing. I mean, you're like, oh, the Daredevil movie. No, the Daredevil is fucking, it's motherfucking Scarface compared to Batman and Robin. You know? Again, I'll get excited for it when there's an actual movie to watch. Yeah. Like the bad nibbles. I wish the bad nibbles were the only fucking problem. You know, like it just they're giant sound like Looney Tune sound effects and it whoop woo. You know, if you go listen to the what fucking podcast that I just recently did. It was the other night. I had Mike on the other night while I was doing something, and might have been coloring The Witcher, and I have a whole story about seeing Batman and Robin in advance. So, I think it's during the Witcher coloring. I gotta take that clip, and I have to. Or that story. That's a story. If I made a video, it'll be that story. You know. I gotta take that clip and pull it out. Yeah. Oh, there's a whole reason why I went. One of the finer moments in my life. So just remember, folks. I think people, oh, Suicide Squad is just like a Schumacher film. Like, no, no. If anything, it's more like Tim Burton. Tim Burton's Batman. If anything else, same with like, oh, Ben Affleck's Batman's killing people. I'm like, just like Burton's Batman did. You know, in 2 films. You know, I'm not saying that means it's cool. I'm just saying that, you know. Good. Now they need good. That's good to hear, Johnny. That's the real problem. You know, they got to rein in display sizes. You know, don't get into content patrol. Get into displaying, so everyone's on an even keel. You know, and it's fair to their goddamn like. I always figure the people who should be throwing the biggest fit aren't even the artists. It should be the vendors. Because the vendors have to spend 3 times as much. And if some artist can come in there for $250 or, you know, even $400 and fucking just hijack a booth that's bigger than the vendor booth, that's just ridiculous, you know? I mean, what's the incentive at that point, right? When you could see the artist alley booth from the front of the con. So that's good to hear. And they need to get rid of those people making like fucking giant igloo windows, you know, or sorry, igloo, but you know the overhead. You shouldn't have any overhead hanging anything in your artist alley booth, you know. First off, how's that not a fire hazard? Just have someone rigging shit hanging over them and everything. I don't know. It's all weird. Well, they shouldn't have things that far back, you know. That being said, you know, it's tough. Yeah, it's look, you're gonna eat sometimes, right? I mean, there was a girl that's friends with Brandon. She's cool. City by the Sea. She's on Instagram. City by the Sea. She's cool. She has family friendly stuff, and they put her in between two porn chicks. I mean, not porn chicks, but guys drawing like porn art, you know. So she has all this family friendly like jewelry and perlers and you know pixel art, and she can't get one person to look at her stuff because there's all this porn shit around her. You know, like they should have an explicit area. You know, if they know you're gonna sell explicit art, they should lump these cats together over here. You know, like something you could say. Look, I tend to sell things that are around this age group. You know, and I don't have this, and this isn't because we're policing it. We just want to make certain that we're not putting a guy who's probably gonna have a bunch of Adventure Time art next to a person who's gonna have the Adventure Time porn art. You know. But someone's going to get that shitty booth in the back, dude. We've all had it, you know? So I feel for you. I do. That's where I get back to the fact that booths shouldn't be fucking $400. At least the amazing con guys don't charge an arm and a leg for those booths, you know? And you're going to have to leverage online. You can't just go to a show and expect the show to support you. You know, that's not what shows were designed for. You know? In any industry. Like, they're a way of getting out there. They're a way of doing business. But if that's the only way you're making money, then, you know, good luck. You're up to the con to promote and a bunch of other weird, you know, things. But they definitely could fucking rein in the bullshit display sizes. I mean, they used to be there back in the day. Somehow it stopped, you know? But that's just because these conventions are run by usually guys who don't give a fuck. You're lucky if these guys even pay, if you know, the Hollywood actor dudes that, you know, the cast from Arrow shows up, you know, the Power Ranger cats, that they're getting their cut, you know? I hear you. You know. But you eliminate you know, absurd fucking display sizes, and then it becomes easier to see shit. Yeah, I designed my booth specifically not to cover up other people's art who may be to my left or behind me or anything else. Like, I just, you know, if they see someone else's shit and they like their art more than yours, then that's it. That's how it works. I'm not here to do that, you know. They can only see mine. I'm like, come on, you know. You know, it has to go around. All get. They can't all just be for you. You know, like they're artists, man, pros. Yeah, I've seen complain because they're like, well, I got 10 million views on DeviantArt. You know, it's just there's just no growth, and I'm like, you got 10 million fucking views, dude. Like, do you need growth? Like, come on, like, boo hoo. You know, you can't get all the views, guys. It's not how it works. You know. Well, I used to make 40 grand a show. Now I'm only making like 15. I'm like, okay, like, you know, you can't keep selling the same shit every year too, man. Maybe 15 is what you're supposed to be making every year, and you just had this really big spurt of 40, and you shouldn't have spent all that fucking money, you know, that you made from that. Yeah, when you have boom years, you save that money. You don't go spend it on fucking Youngblood jets. You know. Yeah. Talk about longevity. You know, I want to be doing this until the day I croak. You know. Even in t-shirts, there was no room for growth. I was at that point where I was like, this is it. There's nowhere else to grow. I can't become the art director because that job, you know, is permanently filled. Not that I would want it. They're not going to pay me more ever. The only thing I could do is go to some other company. That's it. You know? And if you want more money there, you got to go to some other company. And good luck. Like, that's it. There's no growth. All you're doing is waiting for them to change their entire company strategy, so you have to learn all new shit that... Like, all my friends now are doing Illustrator tech packs. It's like cut and sew measurements, you know? Because they're like, well, we can't sell t-shirts like we used to because the internet's doing all these bootleg shirts, so we're going to sell cut and sew. That's the future. You know, everyone's going to want patterns, and I'm like, yeah, sure. You know? Right. Just remember, like, the neon craze. Remember that was supposed to take every year. Every few years, you'll see this in retail. They go full neon. It's because they all delude themselves. I always hear, "Oh, neon's gonna be big this year." No, how many people own how many neon shirts can a person own? Like, how many sketchbooks? At some point, I can only buy a fairy tale sketchbook from fucking J. Scott Campbell, and it's exactly like all the other fairy tale sketchbooks. You know, like, so I'm tapped out. I got to move on to something else. You know. Then, you know, after a while you come back. Like, you got to rotate around, man. Like, that's how it's how it works. But it's cyclical. You need wins over time, not continual growth. It's the problem with the American economies. They're like, it's continual growth, you know. If we're not having year over year profits, then we're fucking failing. Like, no. Like, it's actually not true. Statistically speaking, no one can go undefeated. That's why when one person goes defeated in the UFC, they're like, "See, they suck." I'm like, "No, you can't go. No one can go undefeated in life. No one can go undefeated. Even Batman takes a loss. You know, sometimes the Joker wins. It happens. It's supposed to. But you know, over time, you know, you're doing well." Yeah, hey, didn't Commissioner Gordon became Batman, which is a crazy storyline. Pretty cool though. Come on, I mean, they pulled some shit we never thought we'd see. You know, that's cool. Like if we saw J.K. Simmons and Appleseed style fucking Bat mech armor, who would complain about that movie? Just give him one, not the whole fucking series. Just one movie, you know, till Bruce comes back, kind of thing. Like how cool would that be? Then he can go back to being, you know, classic Commissioner Gordon. What time is it? 12:30. Have you done a lot of cons in Vegas? Just two. I do the Amazing Con in Vegas. Because here's the thing, right? Let's say the con sucks. Total fucking bust. At least in Vegas, I have a slight possibility of putting a couple bucks in a slot machine and making back my money. You know? I can send the wife down to a blackjack table with, you know, with $100 and roll the dice. You know? It doesn't have to do with representation. It has to do with the con promotion. You know, they gotta get in with blogs and you know, and to be honest, Jimmy J and them they keep it kind of like the size of that con right now is about perfect. You know, it starts to get so big. The bigger it gets, the worse it gets for artists. Trust me on that. That's why I got out of the Phoenix Con. I got so big that I was like, you know, the bigger it is, the less time. It's hard to enforce rules, or you know, they're gonna charge more from the artists to pay to get the fucking Power Ranger dudes there. You know, When it's smaller shows, you get art collectors, real fans. The bigger the shows, you're just getting moms and dads with their kids, and they just want to get Deadpool signatures or Captain America or Iron Man signatures or some shit. They want to go fucking sit in a hall and watch a Star Wars trailer. You know? Wizard World's another problem entirely. Wizard World never once promoted artists. Like Capullo, McFarlane. They have always, this is why they're magazine tank. They always went the route of promoting Evangeline Lilly, you know? Or the drummer from System of a Down. Or Triple H. You know, the Amazing Cons are different because Jimmy promotes like Kevin Eastman will be down here, Rob Liefeld will be down here. You know? And movie site blogs don't give a flying fuck if artists are at Comic Cons. They aren't interested in that. They want to know, is John Barrowman going to be there? Oh, you know, like, hey, by the way, John Barrowman is actually at the Amazing Cons. But you see what I'm saying? So I stopped going to Wizard Worlds in 2007. They got ran out of LA, and then they're the only con too that ever sent me an email. Was it Bill Shamus or whatever? Sent me an email saying, "Hey, if you ever want to go to a con, you know, we'll pay for it, except for the flying. I got to fly my own ass there, but free table." Sure, it's a great band, but it's not a reason to go to Comic Con just because the guy happens to have Wolverine on his drum set. You know. I want Comic Cons. I want us to do we got to do an online petition. Stop getting Comic Cons to call themselves Comic Cons when they don't feature comics. But it's from the world of comics. You know, just like you know, during Civil War when that shit came out, the movie theater, to my surprise, actually had a Civil War merchandise booth. It was amazing, right? I was like, wow, Civil War merchandise. Not one fucking Civil War comic book. Not one. Not one comic book at all, for that matter. Just T-shirts and posters. Yeah. I mean, at anime cons, you can buy anime, right? At video game, like PAXs, you can buy video game merchandise. Can't get comics. No one gives a shit. It's the strangest fucking thing, you know? Well, at least it's bringing awareness. It's not bringing any awareness, folks. I respectfully disagree with that theory. And if anything, Artist Alley seems to be the place that supplements a lot of this shit. Like when a Comic Con pays $10,000 for a cosplay girl to go to Comic Con, that's coming out of the pockets of all of us artists who, you know, were in Artist Alley. You know, we help fund that. You know? They won't fly one artist out. Any, you know? Maybe like, you know, Mark Bagley, shit like that. But a YouTube artist? Like, you know, they're going to fly Jonathan out. I don't blame the cosplay girls one bit. Not one bit. It's not their fault, you know? It's these cons that get involved in this stuff, you know? Lose sight. You know, man, it can be real negative. It could go down a path of just being like, fuck it all. It's all game over, man. Game over, right? Like it will all just turn into Hudson. But we can put her in charge, you know, like. It's like Morty says, you have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. You know? Well, there you go. She got a free booth. Don't give a shit. But she's got to spend the whole con watching guys try to have sex with her. I don't have that problem. I go back to my room, I make my art. Turn on murder porn. And then after con, I go to the fucking Nine Fine Irishman, have some bread pudding, and try not to vomit from eating too much sugar. You know? So. And by the way, I can be an older guy drawing this shit, and it's okay. Those cosplay girls are going to be shit out of luck when they hit 40, you know? So. Yeah. And she's like, buy my jewelry. Look, I had this. I looked into this once. You know, Josh tried to talk me into this thing, you know? We'll get some cosplay girls at the booth, and I'm like, I don't believe in that shit, but I'm like, look, show me the. So we got into contact with a few, right? At the end of the day, these girls who had hundreds of thousands of followers wanted to know how I was making any money, you know? Because even though they get flown out, no one buys anything. You know? I mean, no one's going to comic. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? Like, why is, especially in Vegas, like, right down the street is probably the Porn Con or the Electric fucking Festival or so. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they could see, I don't know, guys, you know? I just feel it should be a cosplay con, but I just think it's a breeding ground for pervy dudes, you know? You know, because there's a total fucking art to that costume making. I'm not gonna sit here and say there isn't. You know, but the fact of the matter is, there's nothing new about this. I mean, think about this, right? In Japan, they have arguably the best cosplayers in the world come out of Japan, right? They like invented the fucking thing. You know, so like, you know, you got these crazy ass, you know, costumes in Japan. You know, girls with webcams, the whole thing. People follow them around. Meanwhile, the actual animators from the cartoon make like $7,000 a year. So there's absolutely nothing new about this argument, you know? It's just how it goes. You can't focus on it. If it doesn't concern you, you can't let the industry. If a guy spends all that money, you know, and doesn't see any return on that investment in terms of just a viewer's attendance-ship, then, you know, there you go. You know, it is what it is. That shit does not, you know, influence me in any way, shape, or form, you know? Like, that's her problem, that's his problem. Life's too complex for any simple solution. What I try to do is just hedge your bet, right? It's all art, you know, all careers are a gamble anyway. You know, there's no guarantee your job's going to be there tomorrow or even later today, you know? but they're not saying it's about sex, and what they're doing isn't. Unfortunately, a majority of their fan base, you know, is only really looking toward that. So I don't know. All I know is I don't have any. I did see artists saying, "Well, that's what's ruining cons." Sure, like all those Twilight fans ruined Comic Con. Remember that bullshit argument? There's Twilight fans at Comic Con. They're ruining Comic Con. No one remembers that shit now because no, Twilight ruined itself. Like don't worry about it. It's a fad. It'll come and go. Cosplay. Will always be here, but the current infatuation. It's just all it is shitty promoters. You know, trying to find a quick way to make a lot of headlines. And I just say, okay, look, split it up. A promoter with sorry, any kind of soul would say, all right, instead of bringing 10 cosplay girls, we'll bring, or guys, whatever. We all know they're girls, so I'm not going to fuck that. let's do 5 cosplays, bring in 5 cosplay girls, a cosbro, right? A couple cosbros, and 3 or 4 artists, But I don't want booth babes at my motherfucking table, Art has nothing to do with being a man or a woman. That is the one fucking thing, that like I'm like you shouldn't even know, like unless you knew what I look like, like who did this. It's about the art. It's not about fucking come see my stuff. Get the hot chick. Come over here. Like get a phone number. Like where are you going with this? Like it's art, man. Those booth babes at E3 never help sell a game. You know what I mean? They don't help. No one goes, man, you know why No Man's Sky sold 2.5 million copies? Or so, it's because of all the booth babes they had. Like, that doesn't happen, dude. Like, let them have their own crafting, panels. I'm all for it. It's a form of fandom, dude. Dressing up in costume and making replicas and shit. I mean, that takes a lot of effort to do it well. So reward the ones that are doing well, but also reward some motherfucking artists. Like, holy shit. And I mean like actual illustrators. Don't go, well, technically we're all artists. Oh, fuck you. Okay, if this didn't matter, I mean, wait for the day when the Spider-Gwen comic is just a cosplay chick with photos, right? Believe me, if they could get away with that. I don't mean a variant cover, I mean the whole comic. Like, if people are drawing this shit, then bring the people who are drawing. Just split it up. But, you can't talk sense into these people. The promoters, man. So. At some point, you just get back, I'm not doing any shows. I did. I didn't go for 2 years to any show. I was like, fuck it. But the amazing show guy, the Jimmy J, is a cool dude. So, I don't got anything mean to say about that cat, I mean, it's not his job for me. It's not his responsibility to make sure, I'm taken care of. And that amazing Arizona show they did was horseshit, But Brandon lives in Phoenix, and it's super cheap to go, so it doesn't hurt me to go, I don't know. I don't know what the disconnect is. I think there's too many people to say there's a one-all reason. But, if you're going to sell Civil War merchandise at the movie theater, sell some Civil War comics. Not just the motherfucking t-shirts. I think that's a fair option, suggestion. No, I think for me, the way I look at it is, I come from magazines, right? So I did, and in magazines, it used to be, advertising, right? So advertising was based on subscription. So you would get you'd send out a bunch of free subscriptions. You can get a magazine, would be like, spend $12, get a year's free. Well, it costs them way more. It costs them way more to produce the magazine, the $12. That really isn't the point. The point is to get subscribers, and with those subscriber numbers, they could charge. They used to be able to charge, used to, giant amounts of ad rates. We got 1 million subscribers. We got all these potential views. So, and that it's all a big sham, right? That crumbled apart. But these the YouTubers and everything else, it's based on the same idea. Well, this girl's got 100,000 followers, so 100,000, like 100 what? Or even 10,000 of their followers supposed to come to the shows? Like, that's not going to happen, But that's what it's all they're doing. It's a viewership bubble, Well, there's plenty of lame cons in the U.S., but I hear you, Hey, you get the celebration, Star Wars celebration, Not really a Comic-Con, but. I got 10 minutes here. I gotta head out to my dental appointment. So um, normally I would only be working on this till noon, and then I would move on to other stuff. But since today's a weird day, after my dental appointment, probably won't be back till like 4 or 5. I got errands to run. 6. So around 6 or so, I'll probably come back and work on this for another couple hours and go eat dinner and then work on podcasts and then work on this. So I'm going to spend all day working on this. I really need to get it fucking finished. So it's got a ton of stuff to do still. So let me zoom out so we can see it. All right. So it's getting there, I'm going to outline everyone next. And then I'm going to do color pencil work and shading and then white highlights. So it is getting there. But I got a dental appointment I got to go to, so I will be back on later today, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty. Peace, everybody. Let's center that up. There. Peace. Rick and Morty. Be back soon. Hello players. How you doing? How y'all doing out there? It's Rob D. I'm here continuing to work on Rick and Morty. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm working on. So we're gonna get back to it. Chat room's open. Feel free to leave any comments, questions, whatever, and I will answer. So. Yeah, I got all my teeth. I take care of my dental work, man. Just, it's one of those, gotta go in, get everything looked at. So, I'm doing well, you know. I just don't enjoy going, but who does, right? So, the alternative is not going, which, that is a bad idea. Of course, it doesn't help that this country pretty much doesn't put any sort of, you don't get health care with that shit, you know what I mean? It's like, fortunate that my wife has a great healthcare plan. Otherwise, I don't know. You know? It's bad, dude. It's not good, man. Yeah, I'm on episode 3, dude. So let's not do any spoilers. It's been like dodging landmines on the internet, staying spoiler free on that show. Yeah, that show had me hooked since the first trailer. I just got real sick when it finally dropped, so I didn't want to watch it all tore up. Hey, man, word of mouth, dude. You know, it's usually when you know it's going to be good, right? I mean, more than nostalgia, just it's got a cool story, you know, and they don't. Unlike movies, you know, people can act more real. They can. I mean, look, it's still a TV show, but you know what I mean. Like the mom can, you know, Winona Ryder doesn't. She can be in like mom pants and shit, you know, and smoke and have issues. TV is gonna just gonna kill movies, man. You know, the fakery that goes on. You know, we got every character. No character is like flawed anymore in like films like that. You know, back in the '80s they were. You could have a mom that drank too much or was, you know, not a heroic person, and still you could sympathize. You know. I only got the Netflix. I mean, I had it when it first came out, then I got rid of it because I didn't care. But I only picked up Netflix again because of the Marvel shows, which I wanted to see basically an unrated, you know, unrated, but you know, just the Daredevil, right? And now with making a murder and you know the Escobar or whatever that shit was. So lots of cool stuff on there, man. Yep. I mean, when you can't do Game of Thrones in a movie theater, just from a sheer story standpoint, you know. Have Daredevil and Punisher talking on a roof for almost 30 minutes, you know? Yeah, Narcos. Yeah, that shit was dope. Forget the name, but yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't care about the Agents of Shield. The ABC, right? The only thing that's on ABC that I ever liked was Lost. I even liked the ending, so I didn't care what people thought. I mean, season 2 dragged out, but so if JJ, makes something on fucking ABC, like, I'll care. But other than that, I couldn't get through the first episode. I was like, this sucks. I got out. I mean, that Agent Coulson short they did, remember that one? It was like Gross Point Blank, where he's in a Quickie Mart. That went like straight to DVD or whatever. That shit was dope. I was hoping that the show would be more like that, So it's not my show, man. I don't like Gotham either. It's not my thing. I like Flash, but I think that the seasons are too long. I think it should be cut in half. Yeah, well, man, that's Fox, right? Fox probably wanted lost numbers, and they got, you know, good numbers, but not the numbers they wanted. So, whatever. I haven't seen Mr. Robot, but I hear that's cool. 11/22/63 is sick though. That's Hulu, right? I really like that. I just want a story that's going somewhere. I don't want like I'm done with the sitcom. After like Seinfeld and Friends, like and Buffy, I'm over sitcom. I want story arcs. I don't want. And this week on Agents of Shield, they take down, Mermoron, right? Oh no, he's a moron, but he has the powers of a merman. Oh no, he's leaving water everywhere. It's kind of creepy, kind of mutant-like, but not really. Oh, and watch our zany agents get into hijinks. And let's find out why this person really needs to be on the team. That was always the only part of Buffy I always hated when it was like, that filler episode. Let's find out why Will is really important to the team. If you don't get it, then fucking pirate that shit. If you get it, pay for it. But if you don't get it, 11/22/63 is dope. The only episode they ever did on Buffy that was like, that was one of those why the person's important to the team episodes that I really like was the Xander one, where he's running around with the fucking frat boys and the other people are dealing with the end of the world. He inadvertently like saves the planet, but no one knows. That was really good. It's probably my favorite episode. And then the musical, but which brings up a point. I was watching TV Collider, TV Collider, where they do TV talk or whatever, and they announced that they're probably doing a musical episode of Supergirl and the Flash, and that Joss Whedon might be directing it. And these fucking guys are like, we don't want Joss Whedon directing musicals. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like he won an Emmy for Once More with Feeling. That actually got me to comment. I was like, guys, for real? You can't run a fucking TV, show and not, program and not fucking know your, at least Buffy. Like, come on. I don't expect everyone to know every episode of Smallville, but Once More with Feelings, like, you don't get Dr. Horrible without that, We don't want Joss Whedon doing musicals. That's exactly who you want doing musicals. Matter of fact, he's probably the only person. Yeah. You don't get Dr. Horrible without Once More with Feeling. It's ridiculous. Can't be TV experts and not know that shit. Come on. It's a hard show to watch, dude, because like they talk spoilers for everything, and even like I even check when they like I want to make sure they don't have anything on Stranger Things, so they put this little thing on the side to let you know what they're going to talk about. And I'm like, all right, and I didn't see any Stranger Things. I'm like, great. They immediately go into Stranger Things rumors, and I'm like, that isn't on the board. You got to preface fucking possible. Like, I turned it off before I heard anything. It's like, son of a bitch. That's why I prefer, when it comes to TV shows, I prefer more of like a recap format or something, man. Movies are easy to kind of get caught up on, but to get caught up on every TV show, that's 20, that's at least 10 hours of your fucking time before you can watch the show. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't watch that much TV. See, I don't like that. I just want after a show. Like we did this with One Punch Man. Like I don't want to recap the fucking show. I just want the show come on. Then you could say you can have your group of panels just talk about what you liked, didn't like, what you thought was going on in that episode. That's it. I don't want you to actually, you know, recap or explain to me the entire episode we just watched. Just you know. It's like I don't like reviews for movies that just explain the fucking movie to me, you know? Okay, and then in this scene they did this, and then that scene they did this. Like, I fucking know, man, I was there. Tell me what you think. I tried it once on the One Punch Man recap, you know, just to see how that would go, because I wanted to see what went into it. I'm like, this is fucking tedious. I cut that shit out quick. I was like, no, we're just going to talk about shit we liked, we didn't like, or honorable mentions. How did I make the transition from salary-based work to film? I got laid off. Marvel found out I was working for another t-shirt company and had them fire me. So I didn't really have a choice. Fuckers have been chasing me ever since. That one Kickstarter I canceled. I don't make anywhere near what I used to make. So we're just, you know, I've paid off my student loans and I'm building toward the future at this point. I don't have kids, so there you go. You know, we got a little bit put into savings, and you know, we live frugally until we can move out of California. And I do all my work, right? So I'm not paying people to like draw stuff for me, or to write stuff, or to color stuff. So So when I do Kickstarters, all the money goes to moi. That's how that works. And I'm every day doing this right here on YouTube. Mr. Meeseeks. Meeseeks. Interesting color. I'm going to have to paint over that. See, with the color pencils, you can get a bit more opaqueness to the color. Make them look more dead, you know, just a walking, alcohol-ridden, chain-smoking science corpse. This is a private commission. I think Oni does the Rick and Morty, whatever. I don't know. It's hard to get in good with these people, man, that do this shit officially. You know, I'm not on their circle of friends. The only work I can get seems to be either with Tom for his girly books or my buddy over at IDW who works on children's stuff. So, you know, like, hey, Skylanders or hot chicks, you know. This kind of thing I have to do, like, on my own. You know. I tried with Zim, you know. But just not in their circle of friends, man. Maybe one day I will be in their circle of friends. This is a big commission for the Kickstarter, so I don't normally do commissions featuring multiple characters and stuff, but for the Kickstarters I take those bigger ones on, you know. This is for Kyle. You see him sometimes in the streams. He's out working today though, so. Make him a little bloodshot. So they just specify a character they'd like. You know. Normally I limit to one character. In this case, Kyle. I mean, Kyle's backed me before, you know, so he's thrown down some money. He was like, what about Rick and Morty? I mean, I know it's 2 characters. And then I'm like, well, what's your favorite Rick and Morty episode? He's like, Total Recall, with all the characters, you know. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to do one Rick and Morty piece, you know, I may as well find a way to make that work. But normally when I do like the smaller commissions, right, I just go, what character? You just pick a character. They're welcome to say whatever I think, you know, in like a universe. The 2 sketchbook ones that I'm doing next were like that. The guy sent me the sketchbooks and he's like, you know, here's a Spider-Man and here's an Avengers, whatever you want, you know, just in that universe. So I picked a Venom and a Black Widow, you know, with plushies. But I don't take, like, I want this character in this outfit and add a Luke Skywalker lightsaber. Like, I don't do that shit. You know, they get one character, and I don't draw their own characters. That's called freelance. There's always some person out there trying to scam that system. You know, they get you to draw their characters, and then they go and produce a book. You know, with all your art in it. So it wasn't a commission; it was freelance you were doing. So. Thanks. Yeah, it's a way of fitting in extra characters without, you know, overdoing it. Or drawing giant chibi characters all the time and shit, you know. So you can get a serious thing in there, but then working extra characters, you know, with accessories and shit, right? Man, I was trying to do that years ago, as far back as 2009. Used to get shit. Take that shit off. What is that? Even when I was at Play Magazine. You know, editors are very, like, literal people, you know. So, cool thing about Tom, you know, is now he just lets me do, you know, whatever. You know. Because I'm not going to fucking go crazy, you know. So you can get more hair detail doing this way. Basically get those Copic blends, you know. It's nice. I forgot to add an outline on that. Can put a little bit of this light aqueous green. What is this called? Sage pale. Oh, it's like a light kelp. Into the white highlights. Add a little sickliness to them. How did your team up with Lev? How are you going about him doing your flats? Uh, I agreed to teach him how to get better, and he agreed to do flats. You know, or pretty much anything I tell him to do artistically. You know. I mean, he needs to learn Photoshop either way, so it's helping him. But you know, when we go to cons too, I cut the fucking proceeds in half. You know, even though it's all my art selling, that means he runs the booth and he does a lot of the grunt work, and I go in my room. You know, I'm down there for like 4 hours, and I spend the rest of my time in the hotel room doing commissions. You know, so teamwork is. I'm telling you, artists don't team up. We just inherently don't, you know. And I get it; it's tough, you know, because the margins are so slim, you know. But you know, the more money SketchCraft makes, the more I can fucking toss his way, you know. In the meantime, I've known him for years, you know, and he just has not grown as an artist, you know. So it's time to do. They used to call this shit like apprenticeships back in the day, you know. So I guess that's what you would call it. No. Lucky bastard. I don't know, man. Like, working for me is tough, bro. You know? I have standards. And I'm unsympathetic to people's, like, oh, I'm sorry, you worked all day. Then fucking leave, you know? So, I'm not much nicer here, you know? But I'll be honest, I reward effort, you know? Like, if the fucking dude puts his best foot forward, then the dude gets praise, and I'm like, alright, fucking, you did awesome. Here's a cookie. But, you know, the guy just makes constant rookie mistakes, you know? So, he's getting better. Better now than he was last year, that's for certain. There's also only so much he can do. You know, I can't. I've tried to have him do more, like upload this, put this on the YouTube, do this, but he can't. You know, you have to kind of give him one specific thing to do at a time. So, but yeah, I mean, he's lucky, you know, and I think he knows that, you know. I think he's aware. You know, he certainly feels it from his friends who go, well, you know, yeah, you know, you gotta work with Rob, huh? Like the, you know, the little haters and shit, you know. But I expect shit to be done a certain way they couldn't handle, you know. Like I don't know what you guys are jealous about. I'm not. Does it look like I give myself an easy time? You know, like however I am to Brandon. I mean, I hold myself to a very strict standard. You know, so. But it does work. You know, even in the last year, you can see the progress. You know, between the YouTube channel, the artwork, everything. You know, so. You don't know about the private sector. They expect results. I always call him my Morty. You know, he's my big Morty. You know? I don't really care for the prequels. Nope. So I'm giving him the advice I wish I could have gotten. You know, the help I could have gotten. I had to figure everything out for myself on pain of, you know, unemployment or just outright rejection, you know? So no, I never had anyone saying, do this, do that, put this here, put that there. Even when I got a job doing t-shirts, it was just like, oh, you don't know that shit? Well, you probably ain't gonna make it. Like, I had to figure. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, you don't know what the pad tool is? Well, you better figure it out. You know? So I am trying to pay it forward. I mean, I put all the general information out here, you know? I try to keep it very real for you all so you all can, you know, you're not getting bullshitted. Um, but he gets held to my standard. And, you know? So. Yeah, they were meaner to me in t-shirts than they were in the army. Like, you know, you don't get in the army. It's like, oh, you don't know how to fucking disassemble a weapon? Well, you better fucking learn, you know, or you're gonna get, you know, you're gonna go to jail. Like, I mean, he's learned some failure. I actually got him a job doing T-shirts at my last place, and after a week, I made him quit. I'm like, he just wasn't gonna make it. I gave him a month to prep. Came down here, showed him how to do everything, gave him files, walked him through stuff, but he didn't do the homework. He just kind of wrote stuff down and thought he'd memorize it, and never got around to it. And then when they moved out here to go to the job, he just bombed. I mean, like hardcore. I had to explain to him, like, look, before you sign a lease and you're stuck, you need to go now. You need to go back because you're not going to make it. I mean, right down to just the work. He can't handle the work schedule. Like, he likes to, when he's off work, and he wants to be off by 4. And creative jobs, dude, you're never going home on time. Like 80% of the time you're working at least an hour late all the fucking time. And him and his wife were used to, he's off work, they go to volleyball, and then they do this, and I'm like, that is gone. Like he wasn't even prepared for that. And she was like, I haven't seen you all week. I'm like, it's gonna get worse, Brandon. Like, they both had a rude awakening with that, so that's why I got them on having normal jobs, and they basically just work with me because I'm not like that, I'm like, it's fucking Christmas. Christmas Eve, fucking go. It's Saturday night, go on a date. Shit will just take longer. I don't care. That being said, it's fucking Monday, why aren't you working? I mean, I'm one of those guys. I had to sleep at my desk. Not this job, but back in 2007, 2000. I was at a teacher job. I had to sleep under my desk at night just to get shit done. Because I had to drive all the way up from San Diego to San Clemente for this job. I mean, that could be a 2-hour trip one way, depending on traffic. I'd leave here at like 7 and get there at 9:30, easily. Oh, yeah, I would never marry a woman that didn't understand that. We were together a long time before, we hitched. So, I would never, ever, ever even be in a relationship with someone who doesn't understand that. I dated artist chicks too, man. They were the least sympathetic of all people, if you can believe it. Also, the most competitive. I put I don't, even if my wife and I never made it, like, I don't know. I had to go back to the dating pool. I would never I would never date another artist. Like, it's very difficult. You have a win, they freak out. I personally don't care. Like, if I know an artist, they have a Kickstarter, they do fucking 80 grand, I'm fucking happy for them. Congratulations, fucking high fives. Just because I've seen what happens when you get competitive with people other than yourself. It's not good. You know? Just jealousy and envy and all sorts of shit that. Oh yeah, dude, the t-shirt business fucking sucks. I'm not even gonna be nice about it, man. You know? And it doesn't have to be. It should be pretty much fun and easy, you know? But it's like a bug's life. If these ants know, they outnumber us 2 to 1, like. And none of them want to talk about it, you know? They all just go, I just, you know, I don't want to share, they don't want to end up like me, you know? Rightfully so. I'm a bad example. You know? I am what happens when it all goes wrong. Guess it's because I don't like bullies. You know? I'm that guy. My advice is always just keep your mouth shut when you're at work. You know, mind your own business, focus on the art. But goddamn, those Kickstarters got me into trouble. My favorite was when they accused me of painting the saucies at work. Did you do this here? I'm like, no. When the fuck do I have time to paint full figure watercolor illustrations at work? I stand up for myself. I just found another way around their bullshit. You know, they wouldn't give me a raise. They don't give you bonuses. You know what we got? The year the Avengers came out, right? You know what we got for a Christmas bonus? A $25 gift card to Target. We had record profits, you know. We fucking nailed it. You know, top business at fucking Target and Walmart. We got $25 gift cards. That was our Christmas bonus. No paid days off. None. You know. Let's just say I don't feel much loyalty, you know. And they just installed video cameras, and they were like, they were monitoring people who were going to the kitchen too long. Like, you got a coffee and it took you 3 minutes. It should only take you about a minute to walk up there, get a coffee, and come back. You know? And we see here that you've left your desk 6 times today. I'm like, yeah, I was working on it. You know? I went to the bed to think, and then I come back. Like, my work's getting done, right? Like, and then I had to buy my own Cintiq for work because they wouldn't foot the bill. And after about a year and a half, it broke. Cables in the back came out. So I was like, hey, now that I've been here a year and a half, and you know I got like the highest selling shirts, which I did, right next to the art director, you know, and I was like, can you guys just get me a Cintiq now? And they're like, no, you don't need one. You don't need a Cintiq. And I'm like, can you? I don't think I should have to buy another one. You know? Yeah, I don't... Okay. You know? How do you think I'm getting all my work done faster than everybody? You know? So then when that was right after that, I decided to do the Kickstarter because the con was going to cost me about $600 to go to Phoenix Con. And I didn't want that to come out my paycheck because I had just had to get dental work. And since my wife and I weren't married yet, I wasn't on her dental plan. And that was that was when I had a wake-up call about going to the dentist. So that cost me like $6,000. And that was all the money I had saved up from doing overtime for the past year and a half because I was saving up for our wedding as a surprise. And I had to spend every last dime on fucking dental shit because I wasn't covered. So I said, you know, rather than pay that $600 out of my pocket and maybe not even come through on the con, I was like, you know what? Why don't I just do a Kickstarter to raise $600? You know, so I made the minimum $500, figuring I could probably break, you know, $600, $800. That's what I figured, which was what prints were going for at the time. Like people who done some Ninja Turtle prints, Street Fighter, shit like that, some Batman ones, Avengers. I wasn't the only one, you know. They had done about $800, and then fucking Marvel got involved, and it was like $10,000 or $20,000. And gave me a cease and desist, which I replied to it, and after Marvel never replied to it, so the Kickstarter went back up, and then they got really mad. Then they found out where I worked. I think somewhere on one of my fucking social media sites, I was like, yeah, I work fucking t-shirts. So they just figure, okay, who do we know who has our licenses? Hit up, put a mass email out to all the t-shirt companies, and then I got pulled into a room with my Kickstarter on the wall. And was told I was breaking the law because the VP at this company was a part-time lawyer. And I'm like, are you accusing me of breaking the law? Will you go get a fucking police officer right now and arrest me? Are you accusing me? It was a huge argument. Guys, it was not good, It is not the... He's like, well, I'm not saying... I'm like, you need to watch yourself and be very careful about what you accuse people of. Because I was in the Army and I was... Here's the thing, right? I don't talk about this often, but in the Army, I was arrested and accused of something I did not do. And I was, rightfully so, recused of that. How do you call that? Proven innocent and given it a formal apology, and it was a whole thing. So I don't really take too well to being drugged into a room and accused of thieving. It's just not something... I don't sit well with that. So anyhow, I left that. I just walked out. I'm like, well, I'm out of here. Canceled the Kickstarter, walked out. Didn't go back. I'm like, I don't need this shit. Well, they didn't like that I left the job. They had just got their fucking butt hurt. And so every fucking job I've had since, I can't, I haven't been able to get into t-shirt companies because every t-shirt company has the Marvel license now. And I managed to get into one because my ex-art director opened up an office here. And the main office was out in New York, so they didn't really know who I was. And then Marvel found out one day and accused me of putting fucking Crossbones' fucking concept art on the... Because I follow everyone on the internet, so I follow Humberto Gonzalez, and he had been posting some concept art. And it's not concept art, it's style guide art. So apparently, because I was logged into the Marvel servers, these motherfuckers were like, he's fucking... This guy who fucking did this Kickstarter before, right? Put the fucking shit on the internet. I'm like, prove it. I didn't do shit. Like, well, you were logged on. I'm like, yeah, because fucking New York doesn't hand me any fucking Marvel style guide art. They save all the shit for themselves because those artists over there are afraid they're going to lose their jobs because we outsell them 10 to 1. So I'm always logged into the Marvel server. Like, it's just my fucking beat. Like, a reporter. Guys, this goes on and on. It's like just murky shit, It's just murky shit. So every t-shirt job that I apply to now, they think I'm awesome, and then they do a phone call, and then it's like they pass. So I'm blacklisted, essentially. And I've been that guy that never left work, that always put in the hours, never complained, never bitched, never gunned for anyone's job, always helping people. I know. I'd bring scans of every comic there ever was for Marvel in so people can get artwork, Loan people books. Fuck. You know how I help all you people? That's how I am at work. And, so I don't know what else to do now. This is all I got left. Like, it's this or go work at fucking Staples. And at some point I might have to do both, just, for rent's sake. But right now I don't, so we'll see. Like, I'm actively working on getting out of California. Because really, we're just talking about the cost of living in California, so. But that's not going to happen overnight. So. And that's just one of many stories, folks. Like, my career is fucking crazy. Like, this is not what I signed up for when I was 15. So that's why I don't give a shit if Brennan is struggling sometimes, I'm like, I don't care. I get more annoyed with him when he doesn't ask for help. Like, he ran into some problem with the Battletoads flats, and rather than ask me for help, he just kept working on it. So then he hands it to me, and they're wrong, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, I thought when I got to this part that was a problem. I'm like, why didn't you ask for help? He's like, well, I didn't want to bother you. I'm like, you think it's not going to bother me when you turn in work and it's fucking totally wrong and you got to go back and fix it? You know? Like, I'm not a monster, man. I just expect that when I teach you shit, you fucking write the stuff down, you know? And you memorize it. Ooh, you know? The lead concept art. Here's the fucking kicker about that bullshit, right? Is I'm like, well, you know, you're friends with Humberto on the. I'm like, I follow everyone on. I have 1,000 fucking people I follow. Okay, here's the fucking thing, right? Friends, yeah, we go out for fucking drinks. I don't even know the guy. Not, but a month later, right? Old fucking Jeremy Renner posts half the fucking style, every piece of Hawkeye art in the style guide he put on his Twitter. So I sent that back. I'm like, what about this? And they're like, well, I'm like, right. Right. So it's a small industry that's ran by like a half dozen people, you know? And it doesn't make you a better artist. Like, it kind of makes you a worse artist. T-shirt art sucks. Like, you have to intentionally make it stupid to work on a shirt. If it looks really good, it doesn't work on a shirt. It's a whole nother style of artwork. Double standards. It wasn't even about that. It was just they were trying to find. They found out I worked there, and they were trying to get at me. So whatever. Look, after that thing in the army, man, I'm like, look, I've seen this all before. You know, like I know what this feels like. I've been here. You know, I get it. You know, but whatever, dude. You know, you pack up your bags, you move on, you find something else. You know, whatever. If you complain about it too much, doth protest too much, right? It's like, whatever. I'm like, if I wanted to leak shit, I would just fucking redraw Crossbones as fan art and put that shit somewhere, you know? Why do I even care? I've worked on every fucking Marvel movie since X-Men fucking 3, dude. I don't give a shit. You know, that shit's gonna be out in the fucking world in within a year anyway. Like, who cares? But I get what it was. You know, it was just an excuse. You know, it took me a while. I'm like, you know, I took it personal too. I was like, oh my god, I fucking ruined my life. You know, with one Kickstarter. You know. If anything, the only thing that really sucks is that you kind of have like earning potentials at certain ages of your life. You know. So I'm kind of like wasting key earning potential years with this shit. You know. That bugs me. So, I don't know. Right now, the wife is supportive, dude. You know, I supported her when her career went to shit. And so she's been supporting. Plus, here I am, right? It's not like So what? You know, I don't sit in my room fucking playing Call of Duty all day, you know? We get right back to work, you know? Like, all right, guys, you know, I had never seen no company that fucking struggled because, you know, I was there, you know? Like, I'll do just fine. I don't need their fucking bullshit. I mean, you could see everybody wants a Marvel shirt now, right? Yeah. You know, karmically, I can live with myself, unlike those fucking assholes. So, but people are how they are, right? Like, if I was a dick, I fucking straight up wouldn't be doing any of this shit. Helping people, putting out podcasts, streaming. I mean, like, I would just be like, fuck, you know, I don't talk to people. I don't, you know, like every other fucking artist, right? I mean, not everyone, but you know what I mean. The typical can't approach them at Comic-Con. So, judge a person by what they do, not what people say they are, right? Heard that shit when I was a kid. I think it's Martin Luther King, but don't quote me on it. But that's how I've always. That's what I love about art, man. Like you get judged on the shit you made, not you know. That's pretty good for a black artist. No, that's pretty good for an artist. You know. I don't believe in that shit. You know. And in T-shirts, it was always. Look, it's really competitive too. You know, like. I'm not a guy that like fights with other artists and creates territories for themselves. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in an art department, but it can be very territorial. You know, people will walk back, see you making key mistakes, and go, "Man, it's looking dope." You know, like straight up lie. I feel so bad. Like 6 months before I left the one job, my art director hired this girl, and she's, you know, like a millennial, really cute. You know, she did cosplaying and shit, but she was a cool person. And she had a really unique way of like creating art. Like her look was unique. I don't know how to describe it. It was clearly her. And it's refreshing to see that, especially in T-shirts where, you know, you're constantly being, you know, switching gears and working in multiple styles. So she still had to work that element out, you know. But she had her own thing. And all that shit got from the other chicks in the art department was just shit. You know, just no one was helping her. They wouldn't give her brushes. They wouldn't give her the textures that they're using. Mind you, they're not their fucking textures, you know? Like that shit they acquired, half the fucking ones I put on the goddamn server 10 years prior and before I left the job the first time. You know? Also, never go back to a job after you quit it. That was a good key lesson that I learned. You know, and I was always like, I just felt, and I saw her struggling one day with this design, because I didn't work near her. I worked in this back of the art department, so eventually they put her near me, because probably because my art director was like, you know, Rob won't be a dick. And I saw her struggling. I'm like, hey, you know, someone walked by. Wait, hold on. Someone walked by her and was like, that's fucking cool. And I'm like, and I could just see her going like, man, she knows it's not working right. So I walk up. I'm like, hey, what's up? She's like, hey, and it's like, you know, what are you trying to do? She's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, you know, if you just, you know, like, you know, I think you'd hit it, you know, like, she's like, oh, thank you so much. I knew there was something wrong, you know, and I'm like, right, you gotta help, like, fucking artists, man, you know, it's so crazy. Oh yeah, they love seeing you make mistakes, so you know exactly what I'm talking about, you know. That's the only time you'll hear from other artists is when, like, if someone, it got to the point where I was like, if someone talked to me, I knew I was fucking up, you know? Yeah, man, how you doing? Oh, it's looking dope. Oh, that means it's not looking dope. That means I'm fucked, you know? You know, it's sad, essentially. So I had to, like, explain to Brandon early on. I'm like, there is no benefit to me helping you other than I just don't believe in letting artists sit there and struggle. Now, if an artist doesn't want to, if someone's hard-headed, I mean, you know, I'm not walking around Comic-Con giving everybody my 2 fucking cents, right? That would be a major mistake. But if someone does ask you for advice, or if you're a coworker, I mean, especially if you're a coworker, you're all being paid by the same people, you know? So I always tell people, guys, I'm not looking to be fucking art director. I'm not looking to be the quarterback, you know, to make a football analogy. I'm like a wide receiver or running. I score points, man. I'm here for the team. You know? That's what I do. I'm all about winning. If that winning means that I got to help this person here, then that's what we're going to do to win. You know? We all benefit. You know? You produce great CG work on time, you get the next contract. Hopefully, if they did the books right. I mean, shit, you can still do everything right and a company can fuck it up, right? I've been there. That's what happened at Play. Did everything right, and they just ran the finances poorly. So, end of job there. Right. My way of looking at it always like, you know, if I just saw this for the first time, you know, regardless of whether I did it, what would be the thing that would, you know, catch my eye? And what would I be like, I don't know. You know? And if the I don't know, you know, like really affects the integrity of the piece or the goal of the fucking art, then case in point, in my own life, I was doing a Zelda piece a while back, right, with the markers early on, like a couple years back, for Link's Awakening. And the first time I drew it, I gave Link this kind of chunky Master Sword, and I was gonna do this curvilinear perspective thing, but when it got on the page, the curvilinear didn't work throughout the whole piece. It just didn't come out that way, and the sword just sort of curved, and it almost looked like a curved sword, like the Arabian Nights sword, right? And so I was like, man, I need to fix that sword. And at the time, because Josh was fucking spending my money, you know, and he didn't want to tell me, he's like, "You just needs to get done, man. We gotta get this stuff out." And I was like, "Well, whatever, you know. It looks fine." And I'm like, "It clearly doesn't look fine," but he kept telling me it looks great, you know. Just move on to the next piece. And I'm like, so I post it, and sure enough, the first 4 people are like, "The sword's curved." I'm like, fuck this, dude. I'm going back and fixing the sword. You know, don't fucking tell me it's good and it's not good. And he's like, well, you know, we got to move on. I'm like, move on. Why are you in such a hurry? So that exposed a bigger problem. So I went and fixed the sword, pissed them off. You know, I'm like, fuck you. You don't tell me how to draw. You know, like we made up our, you know, I've settled my differences with him since then to an extent, but to an extent, I say, not really, but enough to leave me the fuck alone. But it's like, yeah, don't do me any favors. Don't tell me some shit's great and it's not great. You know? I don't need that headache in life, you know? But yeah, I mean, what happens when like you go to a movie and that CG shot's fucked up? Or you show it to the director, then the director's like, why would you ever show me some shit that's this fucked up? You know? And it's like, well, because that guy didn't know how to take a critique. You know, like, unless you're buying the fucking t-shirt, all the t-shirts, that's how I used to have to explain art to like, look, unless you're going into a store and purchasing every one of these fucking t-shirts yourself, you just take the fucking input, you know, and fix it. You know? Because Rotten Tomatoes is going to be like, these guys fucked up the CG, you know? And you don't need that in life, you know? And yes, I know Rotten Tomatoes doesn't actually review. I get it. So many little bits and pieces to do here. I mean, but I had it harsh, man. My first week in the t-shirt job, I've said this before, you know, if you've heard it, you know, but it's like, first week I had the owner of the company, who was a different owner than the ones who eventually bought the place while I was gone. The owner of the company, this South African dude, just looked at my way. He's like, "This motherfucker right here," you know. I was like, "This fucker's." I did these tattoo style designs, like these kind of kid looking, gothy looking snakes and shit for boys. I was like, "Yeah, you know, tattoos for boys." Oh, that didn't go over very well. This motherfucker right here. The Walmart person hated it, you know. Fucking hate the fucking. He's gonna ruin us. You know, they just wanted the time was 2005, and they just wanted, you know, those big trucks that came with the toy, the chunky rocks, chocolate chunks. And I wouldn't gave him this like. I mean, now it's popular. It's funny, you know, but at the time, skulls. Don't put skulls on boy shirts. No one wants that shit, you know. But I was like, this motherfucker. I mean, he was. I mean, straight up like this motherfucker right here. I was like, this motherfucker. I was like, this guy for fucking real. Is he talking to me this way? Like, holy shit, you know. I mean, even in basic training, they couldn't talk to me that way. Like, there's actually rules. A decorum of some sort, you know. So I'm unsympathetic when artists have to get critiques, and they're like, "I don't think," you're like, "Oh well, you know, deal with it. Grow up." There's no crying in baseball. It's getting there. Woohoo. Like, if you're an artist and you don't like feedback, you should go work on a David O. Russell movie set sometime. The stories I've heard.
Right. I mean, there's always something you can do, you know? I think the worst is when an artist does too much, you know, and it looked better an hour before. You're like, what did you do? I came earlier, it was like done. What did you do to it? Oh man, I kept tweaking on it. I'm like, it was fine 4 hours ago. You know, or like when they get the okay, it's done, and then they keep working on it because, you know, they can't let it go. I almost find that worse. Like, we've all made the mistake. I had to learn too, you know? So, I'm always wondering, like, have I made it worse? You know? Was this better when it was a sketch? Fuck. You know? Yeah. Or just because, you know, you don't want to start over and, you know, you just keep tweaking it to give yourself something to do. You know, avoiding that problem is what has always kept me like busy, you know, like, okay, I'll do this, and then I got that idea, and then I'll put this one idea here. That's why not to, if I have like several things I want to work on, I don't put them all into one drawing. I spread them out over like 7 drawings, you know, or even 4 drawings. So I don't get hung up on one thing. Yeah, pick one thing to work on. I'm telling you, that's the thing to do. Pick on one thing to do. You know, because if you start thinking of all the things, like the universe like opens up in front of you, and then you see the great expanse of everything to do, and then nothing will get done. It's a marathon, not a race, not a sprint, right? Right? Give me 1 sec. Kabuki man. I had to eat a plum. Starting to get hungry. Yeah, the lighting on the Bucky's coming along, dude. Yeah, slow and steady. Shit will get easier the more you apply the same, you know, processes over and over again. Then you'd be like, why did it ever require any kind of effort before? I'll be honest, working on that kind of lighting with all those characters, dude, that's, you know, like, it'd be going by quicker if it was if it was just a Bucky O'Hare, you know? Like, because it's all those characters, it's a lot to manage. Like, if you feel like, oh man, that shit's fucking kicking my ass, well, it should, because it's a lot to manage. You know? Dude, well, that's just some characters. I'm like, great, you try it, you know? Group shots are tough, dude. You know? That's why McFarlane didn't like drawing team books. He always drew single characters. So team books are tough. Yeah, I would have worked on the lighting with just one character at a time. You want my opinion? Work your way up to group shots, you know? Like it's enough with what you're currently doing, you know? I'm sorry, excuse me. That was the plum. Did not mean to do that. Yeah. Get through at least a dozen of them, dude. You know? Just focusing on that lighting. It'll become much easier, you know? Well, I got 20 more minutes before I have to go take my walk. 10 more minutes. Later, dude. Good tagging. Peace. time is it? Well, it's 6 o'clock. So we still got a ways to go. I got to get a new pencil. This one's getting down to the... Matter of fact, wait, no, I actually bought that thing, didn't I? Where is it? Where it be, yo? I bought one of those fucking nub holders. Boom. Look at this shit. The nub holder doesn't hold a polychromos. That's completely useless. Well, there you go. Nub holder doesn't hold polychromos. Oh wait, there we go. I have to shove that fucker in there. I stand corrected. I forgot I bought one of these. Boom! Look at that shit. That's right. You don't get hand cramps. So I'm gonna spend one more night on this, and then I'm gonna move back to my regular schedule tomorrow, since I had that dental appointment today. So I'll be back on at 10 p.m. to work on this for 2 more hours, and we got a lot to do. A lot to do still. Hardcore, man. That's right. SketchCraft. We don't fuck around. All right, be back on in a few, folks. Boom. Peace. Hello, suckers. Ha! Tricked you again. Now you're watching SketchCraft. Boom! That's how it works. Welcome back to SketchCraft Live. I'm Rob Duanius. Joining in is Brandon, Tater, Mega, Super, Spuds, James. How you doing?
Fan-fucking-tastic with that intro.
Couldn't get anything better. Try to think something else. So, Brandon, what am I working on tonight? Can you guess?
I don't have that, but I'm going to guess Rick and Morty.
Hey, look at you.
Am I right? Yeah, I'm right.
You won 3 Flubberflubs and 6 Grubbles.
Yay!
Congratulations on nothing.
I'd rather win some eye holes.
Let's not bring that up. It's disgusting. That's the one thing that made me almost vomit. I got very nauseous during that. And I have a strong stomach. That just kept going.
Yeah. Good times. You got a good chunk of it done. I mean, not a lot, but I mean a lot, but not like you got a good chunk done.
Well, look, this is gonna sit on his wall, so I've been debating this. Like, do I even bother doing the tonal panels, or just leave them as line art? You know what I mean? Like, if it was on your wall,
I like it with them popped out with the color, and everything else is kind of
Just line
like
art.
if yeah. I mean, if that was me, I mean, I can't speak for Kyle,
That's what I'm
but
saying. Like if these were just line art like this and their color, that looks pretty cool as is,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's what I figured.
it's like they're the focus, like
Yeah.
they're the shit.
Because with all these characters down here, it's just gonna become a big jumble fuck. You know, like they're so
Right.
tiny to render each one with little shades. It's just not gonna come through. And then when you add color, you're not gonna see these guys. It just, you know. So I'm thinking. I already ran it by Kyle. He gave me a thumbs up, but like he's gonna complain about anything at this point. You know, so.
Right.
But I'm just thinking about, that aside, thinking about the piece. Like I just
Can I do the flats that way too?
no. No, that's the difference. If digital
I
color will
know.
have full whatever, you know.
I know. I'm joking.
Yeah, no, everything has to be done digitally. There's no way around that.
Yeah. No, it looks cool that way. It just pops them out even more and gives it that animated look.
Yeah, it's the idea. Yeah,
Yeah. Sometimes you got good ideas, Rob.
okay.
Once.
Something that involves less work. I mean, in a manner of speaking, like this wasn't work enough, right?
Right.
So everyone, what you're doing?
I am working on the flats for this piece right now. I got the line art in front of me, and I just finished blocking in all the giant area, and now I'm gonna start breaking it all down and into individual chunks of awesomeness. And the best part about this is I always sit here for a good, say 5, 10 minutes.
Yeah, half hour.
No, not that.
No,
long,
I know
but-
the way you project time.
Okay, so 15 minutes. I'll say that. I'll meet you in the middle there. And I look at all the shit going on, and I gotta like, okay, so I gotta break this off, this off. I missed that. I gotta. So usually I take the first after I do the first big chunk, which is what I'll take all the pieces out of. I'll see if I missed something. Like I know I did already. I missed just a part of Beth's gun sticking out. I missed that. So I'll go back and I'll make sure I have all the big area ready to be worked on. So it's always a good time. Because flats are fun. Flats are where it's at.
So I'm thinking about this Overwatch piece, man.
Uh huh.
There's 21 characters in the game, right? And like,
Are you including the new chick they added?
no. So just hold on, man. So look, I can't do that because at the end of the fucking day, by the time I get the print and we go to a con, there's 18 new characters. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, my thought is this, right? Like, it's an 11 by 14 commission. I'm way past the point of making my money back on this thing, right? Initially, when the guy hit me up to do it, he saw the April one. He's like, I want something like that. And then I was like, all right, but just digital colors. But, I'd really like some Copics. I'm like, fucking, you're not paying me that much. You know what I mean? Like, quite frankly. So then I thought, well, it is Overwatch. I could really make use of this piece. So I said, how about this? There's only 10 plushies on the fucking Turtles thing. And really, technically, fucking like 7 because I don't really, the Mousers are like 1,
Right.
but whatever. So give me your top 10 extra characters and I'll work them in somehow. But they're probably going to end up being tonal or something. Because I don't know, man. I don't know how to color all that shit. So, because you know what happens when you start coloring things, small with Copics? It just becomes a big blotch of paint.
Right.
Like,
It's a mess.
so the guy's been patient. Then it's like, I work him in, and then now people are like, "Where's Soldier 76? Where's fucking da, da, da?" I'm like, guys, I can't fucking put, So I'm like, well, if it was an 11 by 17, I might be able to fit the other 10 plushies in. But then I definitely have to do digital colors,
Right.
So like, oh fuck, like I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, if I did the digital colors, and then I just fucking took the same Mercy and made a 8.5 by 11 version, but then that's more work, man. Like, fuck it. You know, like I'm getting trapped by this one. You know.
Yeah.
So what I need to do is print it out on 11 by 17 and see how big those plushies really are.
Mm-hmm.
Because they might be bigger than they look. But this is before my one character rule, you know?
Right.
So, like, it predates that. You know, I'm like, fudge. You know? There's no way out of it other than giving them back the money for the commission, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Then, you know, you burn a bridge. You know, they wait forever and then you kick the money back.
Yeah.
Then Brandon goes, really? You know?
Mm-hmm. I call Rob out.
You can have your money back. Oh, I don't need the trouble.
Yeah, it really shocks people when you say that too.
Because I don't spend their money.
Right.
When someone commissions me, I don't spend their money and then I'm trapped. I always have my way out. Like, you can just keep the money. It's turned out to be more effort. But you didn't even start. I'm like, yeah, I kind of got started. Then I realized what I was in for and I decided I didn't want to do it. Like, I want to finish the art, but, you know, it's a lot of shit
Yeah.
to, like, I just don't know. You know, there's no way I can see my way through it and not end up doing it twice. Like, this piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but what if, like, it's not that important a piece to warrant two pieces? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
what if people like the idea, but they wish instead of Mercy it was Tracer that was really big? Like, I can't. I'm not doing one of every fucking character, so I don't know. I just probably just be like, well, it is what it is, and if your favorite character ain't on there, oh well, you know.
Right.
I'll do a Tracer one and then flip the other 10 characters on there, but I don't fucking know. And then people are like, well, if it was the original characters, it would make more sense for the character. I'm like, I don't fucking know. He picked the 10 characters. I don't know the characters. I don't know them. I don't care. You know? I don't know their factions and their allegiances and shit. I don't give a fuck. I just like the pretty animation. You know?
Right.
And the character. I like the designs and the pretty animation and the level look. And I like the look, man. But I don't really play the game enough to care. And by enough, ever. These cats today were asking me if I ever play the game at your place. And I'm like, no. Brandon learned that when I go places, I don't sit around playing games. I either sit there and then go to sleep, or I sit there and work until I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them that. Have I ever gone there and we just sitting around playing video games and shit? Like,
Nope.
Nope.
I wish. I wish
Yeah.
I got a little time off, like just to chill, but no.
I get over there. Brandon tries. He turns on the games first thing, thinking he might get me to sit down. And I just look at him like, how long is this going to be?
So
Start tapping my foot.
I just turned it right off.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to start a match.
What's the point of this? What are you trying to do? I don't care. It's time to work. Play games on your own time.
Which is never.
That's not my problem, dude. You played enough video games, as far as I'm concerned. That's why you're in this position of not knowing how to open a file using what command key?
No idea. Is it a backspace?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shit, you got so much going on in this piece.
Not really.
Yes, really, Rob.
You know, to me, you know, it's ones and zeros.
Fuck you. One.
Yeah.
Okay. Where to begin?
It's the opposite of the Matrix. You see all the shit, and all I see is a couple ones and zeros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to ditch the 2 light yellows in the Copic list, so I'll have to update that.
Alright.
I'm not making a new video, I'll just put notes.
Yeah.
Just because the color pencil works way better.
Oh, for the yeah.
Yeah, you don't get that intensity by adding Copic yellow. You know?
Yeah.
Just muddies it up.
Let's see. This one's called. This layer is called houses.
Whoa. Whoa. There. I was just like trying to figure out how to make like I was like, I gotta make Rick look really sickly,
Mm-hmm.
And I started thinking of Chris, my buddy Chris. And I'm like, it kind of looks like him. Like, I know if I told my wife, hey, that's Chris, she'd look, yeah, I can see it. I think of the person I know is in the worst health imaginable.
Don't draw me.
You're not in the worst health imaginable.
No, I know. I'm just saying I don't want to. I think the closest you ever joked around drawing me was that sports guy.
That was funny. Isn't that funny?
Hilarious.
I think it's funny. I have to put that up sometime. Step your body up. Mm-hmm. You know what? It's your fault for reminding me of this shit. I'd just forget about it. You should let it go. You're not helping.
It happens. Okay. I like Summer's hair, the colors.
No, thanks.
Turned out real vibrant. What color is that you're using right there? A magenta?
Yeah. The actual color's magenta.
Nice. I know my shit now, kind of.
Brandon, don't. It's just going to go horribly wrong for you.
I know. It was a lucky guess, right?
Give it 5 years. Yes.
I know magenta. I know that one. Like,
You know of this magenta.
And then I think I think the yellow there is like a pale yellow. I think, or pale yellow.
Just
And then
no.
let's
No.
and then
No.
let's go.
No. Brandon,
Raining on my parade, man.
you're with that guy in the office you can't give a compliment because then he starts fucking up. That's right. I am pretty. I have been doing a good job. Fuck up, fuck up, fuck up, fuck up. Like, oh shit, if we had just left him alone, he'd still be employed.
All right. If only I could. Yeah. If only I could win big money on this fantasy football stuff, then I'd be set. That stuff I know. It's ridiculous how much I store in my head with it.
I know, it's getting in the way. I try to put like a control O in there and there's just barely any room.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
That's
Okay
the
with
problem. The problem is you're okay with that.
Let's see if I use. Okay, if that's. Let's call that one boards.
You see Man of Steel, right, Brandon?
Many times.
So, Henry Cavill posts this image of a black Superman suit, and people have been posting, maybe he'll have the black Superman suit, and then they're like, maybe he'll have the beard. He'll have a beard and a black Superman suit. I'm like, both of which were in Man of Steel. All the
Right.
Kryptonians wore black suits, and he had a beard. There's guys, I mean, look, there's nothing even, like, remotely new about that, like, in the movies. Like, he'll have a beard. That'll be amazing. Like, he had a beard. And when he had it, everyone said that's stupid. Superman, well,
Superman
Right,
doesn't
like, how can he
shave.
shave?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird, dude. But then I'm like, oh, logic and reason, you know.
People just forget quickly. They're movie to
That is
movie.
absolutely true. Like, they really forget.
Yeah. Movie to movie, and they're just like, oh, yeah, that did happen. I'm like, yeah, that did happen. That's true. Let's see.
You see that one Key and Peele sketch where they're arguing about. The guy's like, I think the Nolan movies are overrated, and then the guy's like, oh really? And then he's like, dude, no, fucking finish it, you know? And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, no. What's your fucking opinion? Like he just drags out of him. He's like, I don't have an opinion. I just say I disagree with everything.
Right. Just like 80% of the internet.
It's hilarious. Everyone's like really uncomfortable. You know, I first experienced it when I was like, you know, I like Speed Racers. Fucking loser. I'm like, I'm sorry I liked the movie.
Right. That's what I mean, I liked it. You know,
Yeah.
I
I think as a summer movie, it should have been 90 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to
right.
hold kids' attention. That being said, I thought it was really cool. I liked it. But
Fuck off for liking it, Rob.
I know, right? You know, Kyle didn't like Big Trouble in Little China.
How come?
He said he didn't think it was funny.
I don't think it is. I don't like it as much as you do, but I thought it was a good movie.
Blasphemy. Just as good as the original Ghostbusters.
I'm not that big a fan of the Ghostbusters stuff.
Fuck you, Brandon.
It was good. I'm just saying, like,
See how I just completely,
turned on me.
I
Yeah.
became hypocritical.
hmm
Also popular on the internet. Hypocrites. Hungry, hungry hypocrites.
Everybody has one. Okay, let's see. I'll make that blue. That goes above that. That goes above that. Okay. Okay, that'll be, I guess, room. Let's just call that room.
I don't need all the house, complete every little fucking thing. By the way, I don't want to look like
no,
a
no.
giant check. Okay, just don't go
No.
every little brick and
No. I'm
Right.
only doing.
you're gonna kill
Like-
me.
No. I did. Well, and I'll ask you about this. So I did the top houses and shit. I just made that one solid color. Do
I
you
just
want
need to
that?
be able to select the buildings and airbrush in between pieces and shit. You understand
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
I get it.
All right.
Same with the bed, the front room. I'm just doing those board pillars on the ceiling, and then the back wall,
Yeah,
and then the bookshelves. I was just gonna do that one color.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't need every little fucking thing
Yeah, you can
flattened
paint
and
the
shit.
books.
It's completely pointless.
Oh, I get it now. Trust me. After the other couple times where I did like every single button, bolt, and shit, I'm like, no, not again. Because then, I mean, if I kick it to you and you're like, hey, add a couple more things like you do with the Jungle Girl piece, that's a lot easier than me killing myself. So. It's 11 by 14, right?
This?
Yeah.
No. It's
Oh.
11 by 17.
Ah.
This is a Kickstarter commission.
Oh, okay.
It took me a long time to figure out how to do. I had to go and learn how to do all this. Everything you're seeing now, the distress backgrounds, the color pencils, mixing all of it together was because of this piece. I told Kyle when we were in LA, I'm like, you just cracked open the Pandora's box, dude. You know, sometimes something comes along, a project that just forces you to like completely upgrade or you know, you go from
Right.
Bulbasaur to fucking, you know, Bombasar or whatever the fuck he turns into. What does Charmander turn into? You know. Come on.
Charizard.
There you go. Yeah, that's what happens as an artist. And he's like, well, you don't have to. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. I'm not doing this for you. like, like, the universe is compelling me to do this. There's a whole reason for this. You know? And I have no choice but to submit to the universe and fucking do it. But look what's come out of it, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it does happen.
Do you want to know what Bulbasaur evolves into?
What?
Ivysaur.
Did you look that up or do you know it?
I knew that one.
If you look it up, it doesn't count.
I knew it.
You gonna get Moon and Sun?
Yeah.
I know.
And,
You gonna give us the review?
yes.
Can't wait. Can't
And,
wait.
Did you ask me what Charmander evolves into?
Sure. Why not? Tell me.
Well, you threw me off, but a Charmander turns into Charmeleon, and then Charizard is the big one, with
Okay.
the big dragon wings.
There you go.
But I don't remember which one you said because I was doing the flats and listening. Gotta catch 'em all, Brandon.
Glad we cleared that up.
Hey, man, it's the internet. If someone's listening, they're gonna try to call me out on my Pokemon knowledge and be like, "That motherfucker don't know," and I'll be like,
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say
Uh-huh.
something inappropriate. So yeah, know my shit. Now, like some of the newer ones, I don't know, because then they now they haven't.
There's
even,
like 300 in every game, dude. Like, how are you expected to remember all of them?
yeah, and they got some of the last. Well, I mean, we went over it, but like the last one had a keychain Pokemon. That one was ridiculous. It literally was a chain, like a round chain with keys. Don't remember his name because it was so stupid.
And if people are wondering, Rob, you hate Pokemon? No. No, matter of fact, I'm one of the few people who knew about Pokemon before it came out. I read it I was working at a toy store and read it in this toy trade magazine about how Nintendo was going to court with Galoob because they wanted to bring this thing overseas called Pokemon, what they were going to call Pocket Monsters. And Galoob sold them because they had Monster in my pocket. And I was telling my boss at the time, I think it's going to be a big deal, this Nintendo thing. Like, wow, well, Tamagotchi's big, and this is like a Nintendo Tamagotchi. That was the Christmas of Tamagotchi and Tickle Me Elmo and Beanie Babies. You believe that shit? I was there for that in a toy store.
So old.
Yeah, but that was my toys. I mean, that was the Christmas, bro. You know?
You were what, 21 when that?
No. I was 18.
I was being a smartass with the 21. I didn't realize it was that close to age. You weren't 18.
I was
That's
18.
not right.
Yeah, it was 18. It was the Christmas of '96 into '97. Brandon, I know what I'm talking about.
I just don't believe you're that old. Sorry.
I am. I was 18. I graduated that June. I turned 18 in October. I graduated high school when I was 17. That's why my father wouldn't let me leave the house, so I left anyway. It's like, you're underage, you can't go anywhere. I'm like, well, I asked him, like, is it okay if I move out and move into this camper? He's like, nope. I'm like, cool. Left anyway. Like, I asked. Like,
You're a rebel, Rob.
yeah, moved into a camper. Moved into a shell, one of those camper shells that goes on the back of your trucks. Moved into one of those. I spruced that fucker up too, dude. I put carpet in there. I stole a table from Wendy's. And I ended up getting a job there too, but I stole a table from Wendy's. I just walked right out with the table. Like, no, I was like, I need a table. I just walked out with the table. And I put that in there, so I had a nice table.
I don't even.
And I was right next to an airport. So I had
I don't even know who
helicopters.
you are anymore.
Huh?
I was just joking. I said I don't even know who you are.
You think I'm making this up? My wife
No, I believe.
told me. I
I
think
believe you.
she thought I was a pathological liar when we first met. I'm
Oh
like,
no,
no.
I believe you. That's why I'm just like,
This is a different person.
oh man.
Yeah.
And then you went into the military, right?
No, I stole something too after the military. When we came back, here's the thing, right? I'm not a thief, right?
I'm talking timeline.
But I really needed to buy chairs, right, for the sketch pad I had with Joe, and we couldn't find any chairs that would fit. And so we're at the mall one day, and it's fucking. What we were doing was going to the mall on the weekend and doing caricatures for people, and like saying, walking away, hey, we drew this for you. Tips are cool. If not, you can keep it. It was like a way to hustle, art. And his fucking security guard was like, "You gotta get the fuck out of here, man. You can't be drawn." And I'm like, "What do you mean you can't be drawn? You don't want you drawn around here." I'm like, "All right." So I'm like, "You know what, Joe? I want that chair." So we both picked up chairs and walked right out. And this is the last time I ever went back to that mall. I still have the chair. That's the one that's in my room. That one that you sat on, the wooden one.
Yeah.
It's all lacquered up. You know why it's lacquered up? Because little kids are dropping fucking Sbarro pizza on that thing left and right back in the day. In Cinnabon. I took that right from the mall. Boom.
Josh White says, "I was about to call you out." LOL. See, got to be on my toes. Got to let people know I know.
So I was like, yeah, we can't draw for chairs. We'll just take theirs. Fuck it. Then Joe got that freelance gig to draw this sign for this chick, design a logo for her sign, and she was paying $600. And he's like, yeah, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm like, why are you not gonna do it? He's like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, because I needed, my art desk, this one right here, this desk you see here came because Joe was gonna fucking not do this logo. I'm like, the fuck you aren't. So I sat down and hashed it out, and we got it done because of me. And then I said, give me $300. So we cut it in half, and then I went to IKEA and bought this table. That's how it worked. I'm like, I had never made $600 drawing in one shot before. At that point, I was like, "You're just not gonna fucking do it?" He's like, "No, just whatever." I'm like, "Fucking whatever." This is 2003, man. I was like, $600, man. That's like fucking a whole paycheck for me. I was working at Kinko's, but Joe made tips, so he didn't give a shit at the time. He's like, "Yeah, you could just a couple nights." I'm like, "Fuck you and your couple nights." Yeah. Problem is, when he turned it in, he took the credit. So she's like, "Joe, you're so amazing." And I'm like, "It's clearly my art, like my everything." Like, you're like, "Yeah, good job, Joe." With friends like these.
Right. Sounds about right.
Well, she didn't want your art. She wanted me to draw it. I'm like, uh-huh. I think it's the last time I went to that mall. Ever. This is the last time I went to it. No, I've been to a mall since. But never been to that. That's the one I grew up at. It's the first mall I've ever been to. Because I'm afraid if I walk back in, they'll be like, "Chair thief!"
Right. Like we know this motherfucker.
It was so unlike me to do that, but I'm like, you know what? Fuck that shit.
I like how you told like 3 stories of stealing, and you're like, it's so unlike me.
It really was.
I'm not a klepto.
I'm not.
Per se,
that was not kleptomania. I sat right there. I'm like, you know what? I
I've
came here to hustle for chairs, and they won't let me, so I'm taking their chair. Fuck them. Look, I was a kid. You know, even at the army, I was a kid. Plus, I was angry at that point. You know, I've learned to deal with my anger in more constructive ways. I try to tell you,
Like
man, I
you,
used to be
like
crazy. Like, you think I get hyped up now. You all think Rob Rage is funny. You should have been there. You haven't seen shit. Like,
go back and listen to the archive.
that ain't nothing, man. Like,
I
you
know.
should have seen how angry I was. The army, you know, what it was, especially after the army being accused of that bullshit, you know?
Hmm.
Like, I came back, I was like, I'm not taking shit from no one. I mean, I can't sit here and draw. You know, fuck you. Of course, now you go to the fucking mall and everyone's fucking in your face with shit, you know?
Hmm.
But I guess they still had like an ounce of decorum back in the day.
Fancy words.
Decorum's not a fancy word, Brandon. You have a very limited vocabulary.
So you think.
So I think.
I'm articulate.
You know that doesn't mean you can stretch well, right? Do 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 do.
I will be right back.
Now
All
from a
right.
word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
Today's Brandon is sponsored by, brought to you by the letters M and D for Mountain and Dew. And the number 6 for six pack. You're like, I'll get the 2 liters, motherfucker. Mm. Do 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 do. Terracotta. Terracotta. Of course, I gave that one to Brandon. Ow. Where am I? Here we go. Would Brandon just take off or something? He says, be right back. 30 minutes later. You probably had to take the dog out.
All right, I'm back.
Did you take the dog out or something?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
other stuff.
And other stuff.
Yeah. So.
Eating burritos.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I had a grilled chicken for dinner. That's about it.
Grilled chicken burrito.
I wish.
Always in the technicalities with you.
Did I miss anything exciting?
Yeah. I received a PayPal transaction on my iTunes for $4.97. I don't know what that is. So that someone hacked my shit, or I don't know. So
Maybe it was one of the apps or something.
I don't know. I gotta look that ID up. I'll do it tonight. It's PayPal, you know what I mean? I can dispute the shit. So if I get another thing within the next hour, then that's when I stop the thing and go take care of it. You know, like, oh, okay.
Right.
And I need the C1.
Oh, man. Wonder some bad news that doesn't affect either one of our lives very much, but
Sure.
I still consider bad news. Cardinals coach Bruce Arians,
Yeah.
who's a very smart, awesome man, went to the hospital today during
Oh.
practice because he was experiencing major stomach pains.
Is that the guy I was talking about that had the accent?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't think he's hasn't been eating well?
Oh no, he probably has a shit diet. Coaches don't take care of themselves. So if he goes down, that's gonna really kill the Cardinals season.
Don't you think if you're in professional sports, especially if you're leading the team, you need to be exercising too?
Yeah, he's lost a little bit of weight. He's
No,
been
no. I'm just saying, shouldn't that be like a league fucking thing? You know, that you should be maintaining health standards, or you could lose your. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, what's the point of being in charge of a professional sports team if you're fucked up? You know, you're just doing a job of the slut. I mean, you know what I mean? It's fucking huge, eating God knows whatever. I get it's a stressful job, but so's playing the game. That's stressful too. You know. It's like drill sergeants can't fucking be fucking around with their PT, you know?
PT.
Physical training.
Ah.
Like they're held to a standard. There should be league standards. Like everyone working on a football team should be able to fucking do Push-ups, sit-ups.
He's an old man. I don't think he cares about push-ups. He's like,
Oh, they got old man standards.
69.
They got old man standards. He can walk a mile. You know what I mean? They got some shit. You can conjure up something.
All right. I'll pass it along.
Lose a whole season, millions of dollars of fucking worth of shit, just because, you know, you're eating poorly. You know?
Yeah.
You don't think that's some bullshit?
No. And being a die-hard Cardinals fan, I'm...
Well, there's your that whole film I had to watch at your house for nothing.
You didn't watch it for nothing.
Nowhere in that film did they talk about, you know, I eat poorly and I really, really like pork rinds. You know, like pork rinds.
You didn't even watch it.
What?
You didn't watch it.
I eat a backyard taco. Fucking love it. You know, like, you just, what if he was? What if the whole time he was eating backyard taco and then this happened? Like, they thought they were getting up on the NFL Films channel. Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. And then it's like backyard taco killed the fucking coach. No.
I'd still eat there.
I'm not saying people wouldn't eat there. I'm just saying, you know. You know they get death threats. You killed our chances at the Super Bowl, now I kill you. You know.
Us Arizonans have a weird accent.
I don't fucking know. It's crazy people accent. And I think that's independent of state or nation or creed or whatever.
All right, let's see. It's time to phone it in and cut out Beth. Good old Beth. I love when the episode where Jerry's in the hospital and she's like, hey, you know that one time where you left a comment on YouTube and then you stayed up all night refreshing the page? I think that's probably one of my favorite things from her, where she just like, when she talks shit to him and just doesn't care. It's so brutal. Sharing that with you as I outline her.
Yeah, whatever keeps you motivated.
Nothing keeps me motivated to do flats besides, I don't know, getting it done and not fucking up or getting bitched at.
Well, people already talked about that today. No one has sympathy for you.
I don't give
We had a whole conversation. We had 15 people in here all talking about it. No one feels. Everyone thinks that you're getting a hell of a deal out of this. That you should just shut up and do the work right.
I do shut up and do the work right.
Yeah,
also,
except for when you do it wrong and then don't want to tell me until you show it to me, right?
That was partially your fault, sir.
No. The part you didn't want to show me, you didn't know. It was just you didn't want to show me because you didn't want to bug me, and I could have saved you a lot of trouble.
I said something when you first were here about the Halloween, and you said,
"Oh no, that was independent of something else."
Yeah, but I still brought it up. I was like, "Why is it?"
That wasn't the problem.
I'll say this: 75-25 as far as blame goes on that one.
If 75 is, I just let you do it. You know, like okay, it's the whole 25% of my fucking deal.
Well, you didn't know that the thing was making the halo with the line tool.
That wasn't what you didn't want to tell me about. What you didn't want to tell me about was a whole other thing.
I have no idea which one you're talking about.
I know. They all blend in.
You could just say it.
They all blend in.
Yeah, and I never said I'm not getting a awesome opportunity here, but see, a lot of people say that until they got to step up to the plate. I think people think too, like they ask me what I do, right? I had a friend. She asked me. She said, "What'd you do this weekend?" I said, "I worked, and then I worked on art." And she's like, "Well, what else?" I'm like, "That's it." She's like, "You didn't go out?" I'm like, "I worked my day job, and I worked on art."
Yeah.
Like, well, and she's like, "Oh, that's it? That's crazy." I'm like, "No, that's just how it's got to be." And I think a lot of people don't get that. They think, oh, you still get free time. You could still do all this shit. It's like, no.
No, not our people. They know. Who's watching fucking this shit all day and thinks that I got tons of free time? They know my schedule is because I'm on here all the time. They know. Some don't sign up for it. They go, well, I just do this for fun. Others are like, I'd have to do it all day at work. We all know. We know the deal. You're talking about normal people. Those people who are like, I'm so great that, you have a thing that you can do, and then when you're doing it, it's like, is that what you're going to do? You're just doing that? You're not going to do anything else? Like that? You know how long this shit takes? My cousin used to do that to me. I don't know, but my favorite thing on that show is ants in my eyes. It's funny. Richard. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, my cousin, I remember she let me live at her place once, right before I joined the Army, right? I just need to get out of San Diego for a while. So I was like, I'll go up there for the summer. I was there for 2 weeks before. She's like, I'm moving. She got tired of me quickly, And so I'm sitting there drawing. And so she's like, she'd go to work, she'd come back, I'd be sitting there, she'd go to work, come back, I'm still sitting there. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I was drawing my own comic, And I was on page 18. She's like, so you're just gonna do that? I'm like, yeah, and my dishes, like I'm not cleaning your house, like I'm just here to do this, and then when I get done, I'll go back home. 'Cause I couldn't get the work done at home, is what it really was. And she's like, well, maybe you could teach me how to draw. Like, I don't have that kind of time. Like we've known each other since we were kids. I can't teach you to fucking draw. Like, okay, here's a step, right? See what I'm doing? Do this all day, every day. Before all day, every day was a thing, I remember telling her that. Just sit here, do this all day, every day, and then you'll learn some shit. Like, how was I supposed to teach people how to draw when I was 18? I couldn't draw. I wasn't drawing, like, well enough to teach it. I mean, I don't feel qualified to teach people now. Like, with you, I'm just like, well, I'm not teaching you how to draw so much as I'm making you sand the deck, paint the fence, and eventually you'll know karate. I don't know if that's teaching. When you have questions, I send you back. I like it. You were like, so how do you separate the line layers in Photoshop? I'm like, there's a video on the SketchCraft channel. You should go watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually happened 2 weeks ago. It's hilarious. I even included the action scripts so you can install them. I mean, they're already installed on your computer. You just hit that button right there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, I have it right here. The action button.
Yay. It's pretty amazing. But they get annoyed when you're just sitting there. Are you working? You working? I mean, so like I said, at least your wife is creative. So you don't have to deal with that. But I'm sure you've been there in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I know you'd bring it up when I go to your house and you just want to play games. And I'm like, no, we're working.
One time.
It's all it takes with me.
Yeah, and I worked like a long ass shift.
Don't care.
I know you don't care.
care.
I'm just saying that was my. Oh man, I finally get to relax. It's fucking. I think it was like midnight too. It wasn't like it was like a normal.
Don't care.
Oh,
Don't
I know,
care.
now you don't.
Don't care. Didn't care then. Everything you're doing now, everything we're doing is because I put in the time. Midnights, 2 a.m.s. You know how many times I had to animate in my car? My car, man. I had to sleep in my car before class because I just couldn't afford to drive home every night back to Lakeside. I had to bathe in the fucking... I had to get a gym membership that was free just so I can bathe there for a month and then cancel it and get another gym membership. To pull that off for 6 months until I could afford a regular gym membership.
Hey,
So
Rob.
What?
I don't have a violin to play right now, and I don't know the sound of the violin.
But it's your violin, bro. That's why I don't care.
So pretend I'm
about
playing
your hard day at
the
work.
Small violin.
A hard day at work. I can't. I gotta go play Call of whatever. You play Rainbow Six. I gotta be careful now because you'll be like, I don't play Call of Duty. I play Rainbow Six. I'm like, oh fuck. Oh, he got me.
That That was a great insult.
He got me.
Why don't you go play your gosh darn video games and your
Why don't you?
listen to your
You know, you
hip-hop
have a
music?
constitutional right to be a dumbass. You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. Hey, Johnny. Johnny has a question for you.
Yep, I am. I'm doing the flats for the Rick and Morty you're looking at right now. I'll post a picture here in like 20 some minutes when I start doing laundry and lunch. Making the big bucks here.
You actually are. Eventually.
One day.
Yeah.
Don't
When
stop.
you're done, go work on that fucking war machine. Make some bucks. Speaking of which, that war machine, I want the background color just like that Dark Knight. I want you to do it now.
Okay.
Did you finish the Dark Knight?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, finish that too.
Mm-hmm. Are you singing to us, Rob?
Not to you. I don't give a
It's
fuck.
It's like a lullaby.
Yeah, I'm singing the song. You know,
So who are you singing to?
your coach who's diabetic now.
Probably.
So if you guys don't go to the playoffs, is it because of the coach? Is that how this shit rolls downhill?
Probably.
Like,
It's a really good
isn't this
coach.
like an opportunity for someone who like steps into that position and the team wins? You know, how about this? Let's say you guys go to the Super Bowl and the coach isn't there for that.
Mhm.
Do you get rid of the coach?
Because he's the one who hired the assistant coaches and put all those people in place.
Right.
And
But if you
also
don't
set
go
up
to the Super Bowl, do you get rid of the coach?
No, not at all. Not this coach. This guy is amazing. He's turned the franchise around just the last couple of years and built it up. So they wouldn't just fire him like that.
What's Johnny talking about?
He's talking about flats. He said
Oh,
the
I
crazy
gotcha.
neon colored stuff for Juan Grabman.
Okay.
I don't
I was like wands. I was thinking about that Voldemort shit because we just did that.
Johnny's really into Harry Potter, you know? He just doesn't want
Well, he is Canadian.
it. Yeah, so, you know.
That's just my answer for everything.
When it
Oh,
involves
yeah.
Johnny.
Oh, you know, they're Canadian. Poor girl, dude, that I follow on the Instagram, dude. Couldn't get to. She's Canadian. Her and her boyfriend were gonna come down for Comic Con. You know, they're all Star Wars geeks and shit. They couldn't come into the country because they're like, they're afraid she wouldn't go back to Canada. She's like a substitute teacher or something. She's like, I can't believe they wouldn't let her in the country. She's like, why wouldn't I come back home? I have a dog. You know, like, I have a job. Like, and I keep thinking, why would someone, if someone lives in Canada, why would they? What about America that's so fucking I mean, like, Mexico, whatever, I get it, but Canada, you know what I mean? Like, I've never met one Canadian who was like, I'm not coming back. Fuck this place.
Right.
Like, you know, like, hold on, that TSA. It's like a guy who's a little, you know, you got it so good, you know, like a guy's just a little too into himself. Like, hold on there, player, you know. But we're America. You don't want any of these race riots? Or did you see this guy? It was on Yahoo. Walked in Miami, walked into someone's garage while him and his wife were in there, and like stabbed her to death, and then like stabbed this guy, and then tried to eat his face off because he's on those bath salts.
No.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, those bath salts, man. They make turn people into like living zombies and shit. He had bits of his face he was trying to eat off, and like so check it out, right? So this guy's gnawing on this dude's face. He's still alive, by the way. He's trying to fight him off. The police won't shoot him. You know?
Why?
because they're afraid we might hit the guy. Like we might hurt the guy. I'm like, you can shoot a guy when he's trying to gnaw a man's face off. You know.
Yeah.
No. We can't shoot that. But we can shoot. Some guy just lying in the middle of the fucking street. Like.
Ridiculous.
Look, I hate to be that guy who's jumping on that bandwagon, but it's hard. Like I was telling my buddy, my buddy Ray, he's African American, or he's Black American, like he likes to say, and I'm like, he's like, he doesn't really subscribe to the whole Black Lives Matter thing, and I'm like, look, I hear you, but here's the problem, right? It's hard. Like if when they are clearly in the wrong, they admitted, their shit. That'd be one thing. But then when you got guys like, everyone on the Rodney King beating just gets off, oh, not guilty. Like, that's the problem. Like, when you got them on tape, they're clearly fucking doing the wrong thing, and they still get away. I mean, that's hard to defend, bro.
Yeah.
That's like when, when you're a kid and you see your parents doing the same shit they just told, they just beat your ass for not doing.
Right.
And they're like, well, do as I say, not as I do. This dude was gnawing a dude's face off, and they couldn't get the guff to shoot him. So everyone in the comments like, if a man's gnawing my face off, shoot his ass.
And like, why would that guy even want to live after that? His wife just got stabbed to death, and he got his face chewed up.
Imagine what kind of fucking nightmares you're gonna have. Like, I don't know, man. The dude's apparently the guy the zombie motherfucker's like in intensive care or something. They don't think he's gonna live between all the tasers and the bath salts. I'm not against that. I'm not for capital punishment. I just think we should put him in a fucking Antarctic fucking prison camp.
No.
Bath salts guy can go.
Keep him alive, okay? Then let the guy who he attacked get a chance to eat his face off.
Or just Shark Tank his ass, like for real Shark Tank.
Yeah, why not, right? Johnny says, I like healthcare.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would they not want to come back? Like, I love my country, but you know what I mean? We're not in the best of shape right now. Like, I can't imagine anyone going, man, that's where I want to be.
It's time to outline Mr. Poopy Butthole. At 31, I didn't think I'd say that sentence out loud, but
it says the guys who wrote the script.
Here I am saying I'm outlining Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Which further proves that, a marijuana habit, is probably healthy for you when you're in Hollywood. Writing scripts. Just come up with some crazy shit.
Why are those guys avid smokers or something?
They have to be, bro. You seen those fucking cable TV fucking episodes? Like, I'm a pretty creative guy, but you know what I mean? Like, Sausage Party, you don't come up with that shit, and not be on some form of something.
Right.
Like, Seth Rogen's like, yeah, we were high. And like, no shit. Like,
like, when aren't they?
It's not my gig, but you know what I mean? I get it.
It's not mine. I save all my money for my Mountain Dew. That's my addiction.
It's actually true.
I got
drink
no
Mountain
reason
Dew
to
with
lie.
medication. It's crazy.
I like to live dangerously.
No.
Mm-hmm. I'm a wild man.
Yeah, you actually eat those samples at the Whole Foods. Want to tell everyone what happened?
I thought listen. I was at Whole Foods. I thought that place is supposed to be like super nice and organic everything and cleanliness, craziness and shit. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll try this place out. So I tried a sample of some Austrian sausage. Where the fuck that is. And as soon as it hits my lips, I felt a little burn and, tingle. And I got home and my upper lip was very, very swollen. I looked like a fucking Kylie Jenner Kardashian type person with those big fake poofy lips. That's what I looked at. Shit was swollen. It was big. It was puffy, and then it started to move up towards my nose because it was curling up. It was a little puffy most of the day today, but I think it's gone down. So that was fun.
Then all your dick friends at work are like, "What'd you get that from sucking dick?" You're like, "Well, actually, I ate some sausage." Ah.
I work with two people, so
And one of them is very likely to say that.
one
Like, it's not a
is
stretch.
my grandma and one is my father. So.
Right, and one of those people is very likely to make that
Yes.
comment.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
As I said it. No changes. No abbreviations. Might even be meaner.
He really didn't pay much attention to it today. He was just
He was really absorbed in the medal count for
he
the
was
Olympics.
just loving the Olympics. God bless America. All that shit. Hey Johnny, since you're probably still listening, what's your favorite place to eat at in America when you come to visit? When you do all the cons and shows and stuff, if you get to go out to places, what's like your
Probably
go-to
Seattle,
place?
right?
Huh?
Probably Seattle.
No, I'm not talking location. I'm talking like
When he
restaurants
comes
or
here, it's probably in Seattle.
okay.
Maybe
Well,
Vegas Con. I think he said he did, or he wanted to do Vegas Con.
but I'm still saying like
What's
in
his favorite
that
place in
state.
Seattle?
Yeah, like is it a
Mhm.
well-known place like or is it, something obscure?
Taco Tico.
Sure. Okay, so that's that. Let's see where I'm at. Looking good.
No one heard what you just said, dude.
I was talking to myself. I said, let me see where this is at. And then I did, and I said, yeah, looking good.
You complimenting yourself?
I'm just happy that it's moving along and it's getting done. So it's not a night wasted. It's a night where
Earned.
Yeah. I guess I could post a progress picture of it so far. Won't hurt. On the interwebs. Oh, shit.
I don't think Johnny's there.
I don't think so either.
Probably went to Tim Hortons.
I was just going to say that. You beat me by like a second.
Yeah, we
Not
all watch
even.
Kevin Smith.
Yep, I was thinking
Yeah.
about Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Seattle, I love a French bakery in Pike Place. Oh, that's cute.
Crepes a lot?
In Texas,
What?
in Texas, DFW, I don't know, down for whatever, I guess, has my favorite ramen, but it's a hole in the wall place. What's DFW?
Down for whatever.
Yeah, that's what I said, but I'm thinking he's saying it's a place because Texas/DFW has the favorite ramen.
Damn
so-
fine woman. Huh?
Ooh.
Oh, shit. Look at that. Woman. And you only, it's like the Hooters of ramen places. You know? It's just big-breasted Asian women serving you a fucking hot pot.
Dumplings for whoever.
Yeah.
And they wear short shorts.
And all the menu items are like on double entendres, like take a dumpling.
Oh, Dallas
What?
Fort Worth.
Oh.
We were way off.
Uh-huh.
Hottie
Pots.
Samsonite.
Hottie Pots.
Samsonite.
I like my explanation better. I want to go there. Down for woman. That's going to go in Game Cave. Go with the other list of goofy places to eat.
Damn fine woman.
Mm-hmm. It's a talent.
Man,
It's a talent I
can
have.
can you just like lean over and do it yourself there, bud? Get what I'm saying there?
Don't hate because I got fans, Brandon.
Ugh,
You got one fan, me, and I'm not that nice.
they hate us because they ain't us.
Keep it up, Brandon. Keep it up, dude.
That's
A
from
new
a
cartoon.
movie.
A new cartoon will appear on SketchCraft. Step your body up.
I've been trying.
Hmm.
One rep at a time. Uh, Johnny asks, and I could answer this for Rob. What are your 3 favorite things to eat that you don't get tired of? Rob's favorite things are black coffee.
It's not really eating. It's a drink.
No, it's eating because you devour it like it's food. That's pretty much what you put into your body.
Thank you for explaining to me. I can't make my.
Also,
No, you
also
eat
it was leading into a joke, but you cut me off before I could say the other two.
Very
You had to jump
lovely
in there.
joke. I really
Oh,
ruined that
see,
bit.
man.
Yeah.
You did. It was gonna be good. The payoff was gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Rob,
What
what are your
else?
3 favorite
What
things to
else?
eat that you
No,
don't
you
get
tell
tired
me.
of?
Tell me what else?
No, I got nothing. I got nothing.
I know
This
you
is
got nothing.
this
So I want to
this
hear what your nothing. I want to hear what that nothing consisted of.
no. This is a sketchcraft show. Nobody wants to hear me. They want to hear you.
Oh no, we were definitely. I want to hear you. That's so it's my show.
Bagels and
No.
toast.
Come on. Come on, wise ass. What were you gonna say? I'm not gonna let it go.
Let's
You
see.
have to complete the journey.
I lost it.
Mm-hmm.
Something about black coffee, anger, hate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines. Anything that's just dark, just darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, Rob, Johnny Cook would like to know, what are your 3 favorite things to eat that you don't get tired of?
Brandon's horseshit.
I keep shoveling it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it coming. You gonna answer it or no?
I don't know, man. I mean, my diet now is not like that. My diet is very. What I eat all the time is should I just. I mean, I don't get tired of food because I have a. How do I say this? Like, I don't have that kind of diet. Like, I just eat what I'm supposed to eat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I do know for a fact when I was growing up, I could eat spaghetti every fucking day. I mean, I don't have that thing where I get tired of something.
Uh-huh.
I just keep eating it. You know, and if it has a negative effect on my body, I don't eat it anymore. In terms of like, what am I willing to like break the diet for? You know, I don't know. I mean, good food. I'm not that big fan of pizza. I thought I was, but I'm not. You know, that I get tired of. But again, if that was all I had to eat, I would never get tired of it. I guess you know what it is I know like if I have to, then I just do it. I don't give a shit. So. I don't know, I don't have that. Hey man, I'm part of that. I want to eat this. I don't have that. Like I have chicken, broccoli, plums, cheese, almonds, eggs every other day, avocado, tomato slices. Like that's my diet every day. You know, in a variable order. Some days some mashed potatoes, some days cauliflower. Just over and over and over. Some days steak. So, I vary it just enough so I'm not malnutritioned. You know.
So you don't look sickly.
Yeah.
Well, my 3 favorite things to eat that I don't get tired of. One is spaghetti. I love spaghetti. Love it. Tacos.
You had spaghetti at my house.
I did.
How would you rate my spaghetti?
Out of a 10,
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably give it a
Mm-hmm.
8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
It was good.
Closer to a 9.
damn, man, calm down, take a compliment. I say 9 or 10. Like a 10 would be. I gave you an 8 or 9. That's pretty good.
You didn't even know what grated Parmesan was. Because you eat that stuff from the store, right?
I did before that, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't think to just buy fresh. Man, you can't take a compliment. You're one of those guys in the office that just, you say, hey, looking good, and then he just goes and says something stupid.
Yeah, you know what else I don't do? I don't accept gifts very well.
No, you're the worst. So anyway, spaghetti 1, tacos 2 from Backyard Taco. That's my jam. And I love Chinese food.
No shit. Anything
Yeah.
with a panda.
No, I don't like Panda Express. I really don't. You say that, but I don't.
Your wife was laughing when I said that. She didn't think that was an untrue statement.
She laughs at everything.
Oh, sure. Sure.
I mean, I could be like, the sky's blue, and she'll laugh.
Sure.
Go, yeah.
Where do you get your Chinese food from?
Happy Food or Payway.
Happy Food?
It's a
Is
little
there a
ghetto.
super happy food right down
No.
the street? Like right
It's
next
just
door?
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, because you know what they like to do. They like to go, oh, that's making money, so I'll just name it Super Happy Store, Premium Happy. All right.
So we have a legitimate question on the cast. Are you ready for this? Here it comes. David Bolton asks, can you explain more about Game Cave? ? Is it an ongoing project, Are there things available already?
It's an ongoing project, I don't know, man. What is it?
Wow, you're the worst. Game Cave started as a video
I'm not the
game.
worst. I know exactly how to explain it.
Then go ahead.
Right now, there's nothing to buy because I've already sold it on Kickstarter. It's a graphic gaming novel. It's a cross between a graphic novel, a novel, and a game magazine. So I'm working on it. I can't get too much into it, like per se, because you know what I mean. Just me talking about something that how long is it gonna take to come out? I don't know. I see. Here's the thing, like. It was an idea in my head as far back as when I was first working at Play Magazine. The problem is when I was doing those Kickstarters with Josh, we needed a way to do a print Kickstarter and not get a DMCA. So I'm like, well, I can make up a game magazine so we can do Street Fighter prints and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no one can complain because it's a game magazine. And so I pitched Game Cave. Like, it would be a game magazine but with fictional editors. Well, after, somebody made off with all my money, I was stuck with this Game Cave project. And rather than conjure up 13 grand out of my savings, I'd already spent almost 20 correcting all the fucking mistakes that those Kickstarters got me into, because Homeboy looted the fucking pile. I decided to make it into this novel slash universe. It's like a JRPG universe. They basically, it's a place that imports games from the United States, from Earth. They import games from Earth into a fictional universe, into a JRPG style universe. So I ended up on this large ass fucking, how do you write a novel? How do you create a universe? How do you, how does it actually, is it actually worth reading? Because I can make a steaming pile of shit and have that out tomorrow, that's not a problem. Then I had to figure out the game magazine part. So the magazine, there's excerpts from Game Cave, which is a magazine in their universe. And that shit is, there's a video, What is Game Cave, in the playlists.
And also on, the Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, there's a lot of...
Yeah, but I haven't posted in a couple weeks because of all this shit.
You posted something the other day.
When you see me working on the Battletoads, that's going in Game Cave. So there's a game magazine part to the project that is excerpts from their game magazine that's existed for the last 30 years. I have all their shit worked out. So what I do is I show the history of game magazines, basically. Like a Nintendo Power era style, a Game Fan era style play, and then what I was trying to do when I was at Game Fan relaunch, which was my idea for a game magazine. So there's these different excerpts that sort of go in between the chapters. I don't know why, because I spent all this time at Game Fan learning how to make a game magazine, and then I had to quit because they weren't paying me. So I'm like, it'd be great to make my own game magazine, but not actually make one that had to do with subscriptions or actual gaming content. It just had to do with, cool art, maps, fun things to read, and then actually paint an adventure. I mean, there's a whole world made. Brandon's seen it,
Mm-hmm.
And then right now I got his in our free time, and I don't talk about this too much, but why not? We got 4 people here. Brandon's wife is working on. I won't call it a game. I call it Game Cave XP. The idea is that to make like an experience, like an RPG maker, like an RPG Game Cave RPG, but not really. So something that you can actually go around, see all the places, talk to the people in the magazine, in the book.
An interactive world.
An interactive, I guess a Game Cave experience. Imagine if like you were reading Batman and you can actually play a game and go talk to all the, go to speak to Alfred. I mean, we can now, but so it's like that. I have no idea how long that shit will take to make. Fuck, I know. So.
Well, David, I hope that answered your questions.
Look, believe me, when it comes time to re-kickstart this thing, I'll have a whole pitch. I just don't like making pitches now because people. Here's the thing: if I sell it and I know how to sell it really easily, then it's going to be like, how long is that going to take? I just ran into this problem with like getting all my money stolen and taking a new job and then having to delay it for that, and then my dad died and then my mom died. Every time I go, oh, it'll be ready by summer, then someone else I know dies. Like,
yeah, don't say that. 'Cause I'm next on the list.
Yeah, like out of all the people I know, you are in the least, like healthiest person. I mean, you're getting fucked up by sausages now. Like, it's getting bad. Like,
oh, that sounds so bad.
so.
No, Johnny, I do not drown it in soy sauce. I do not like soy sauce. I never have.
But I'm making the transition to independent comic book guy, writing and drawing my own stuff.
We're a team, motherfucker.
The problem I have is I don't want to just do basic comics because there's limitations. They're boring, dude.
They're not fun.
So I'm trying to find a way to merge the things, and making Game Cave has been a way of figuring out how to merge novels, source books, comic books, and the game magazine thing all into one. Surprisingly, it's possible, but it's only taken years to figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
So.
Why didn't that go there? Okay. That layer goes there.
I want nothing more than to have that first fucking volume done so I can move on with my fucking life. I'm telling you right now.
David was part of the Power Prince #2, but
Right.
he said he missed the Game Cave Kickstarter.
Yeah, well, it'll go back up. I'll re-kickstart volume 1 when it's done, because what it is now is not what I kickstarted.
Mm-hmm.
So. And then all these prints you've been seeing me do, they're gonna go to the wayside. Like, I'll be doing smaller commissions, and then the only prints I'll produce will be when I do artwork for the interiors of Game Cave, like when, like say Final Fantasy VII, right, which is on Power Prints, the last one. So when I do Final Fantasy, let's say I did, what's another game that's going to be in like Mega Man Legends, so I'll do some detailed prints for Mega Man Legends, but that's because it'll go into Game Cave Volume 2,
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, like, I'm not doing a bunch of prints. That was a business plan based off an old model. So, not that I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to probably move more to books and then limited prints, But I got to focus on making stories, man. That's actually what I always wanted to do. It's just, by the time Kickstarter came out, I was entrenched in a million other projects. I could never get my own self-published shit off, printed. I'd sell them to companies and then they would never print them. Or they would delay it and then sucker me into drawing something else for them, and then that would never get published. Or, you remember the Montres, right, Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
Then they produced, put me in a position to make that bullshit. Some horribly drawn comic. in the quarter bin with my name on it. You know, like, is that my legacy? That one fucking issue? Can't be. The dude does not abide. You know. I gotta add the white highlights to Morty. I have a pitch. I'll pitch it when it's ready. Otherwise, it's just wasted breath. In a way, even this print is development for Game Cave. You know that?
Hmm.
The idea of drawing it by hand and then tracing, digitally inking it,
Right.
came out of, I've always just drawn straight digitally. But working out this process so that it would be faster. I know you go, naturally people are like, well, isn't that the way you're supposed to do it? Well, not really for me. Man, that carpal tunnel I got in 2008 really fucked with my working habits. It forced me to draw completely digitally for years because my hand was so messed up
Right.
from pressing too hard. That's why I freak out on you when you do it. I'm like, you don't want that trouble, bro. You know?
Yeah.
When you actually can't. What happens, imagine, Brandon, you get your art together and then you get an offer to draw some shit for DC, but you can't because now you have carpal tunnel.
I'll turn it down because I only work for SketchCraft, son.
Sure. So.
I'm a lifer. Johnny asked, Brandon, you still playing Overwatch? No, I haven't had time to play any video games. And I'm not just saying that to be a smartass. I really haven't. It's just been, I've been working a lot of hours at my day job, and then I've been keeping busy with the flats and other art here. So I just haven't played it yet. I saw they added that new sniper chick, and I saw her little intro video or whatever it was, but I haven't played it yet. So eventually
He'll
I
play it when I show up in town the night before a con. That's when he'll download everything.
No, because then you'll just won't let me play it. So
that'd be an ideal time.
No. Anyways. All right, I gotta get my shit ready for work and bed and everything. Hit me up tomorrow.
I'll be here.
All right. Night, everyone.
Night.
All right, later.
No more potato. He didn't even want to come on tonight. He just wanted to sit there doing flats. I'm like, you gotta show up and do your job. Mm-hmm. Go to my ass if I get a chance. See the video goes over the latest. Convince her boyfriend that she can do 100 meters in 7 seconds. I'll check that out. Mm-hmm. Oh, we got 40 more minutes here. And tomorrow it's going to be regular schedule. So we'll work on this for 2 or 3 hours until it's done. I'm almost done with it, but not really. I know I'm going to need some time tomorrow. And then if I have extra time tomorrow, I'll come back to that. I got to get the Venom lines drawn. And then I got to work on Final Fantasy VII tomorrow. Well, actually, I got to work on Battletoads. I got to get the coloring flats set up, and then I'll work on Final Fantasy VII. I know, right? The most rendered Rick and Morty art ever. We'll have two versions, the Copic variant and the digitally colored version. Yeah, I get time to sleep. I'm going to call it quits in about 30 minutes, and then I spend about an hour playing video games until I get really tired, and then I pass out around 1 and I'm back up by 8. And I'm usually at work between 9 and 10, depending on if I have errands to run or I got to clean up the kitchen, or sometimes my mornings can consist of just doing chores around the house, But back at work by 10 at the latest. Yeah, I'm a pretty self-motivated guy. I don't need coaching. Do you like seeing old drawings from your pre-leveling updates? No. No. I don't really spend much time staring at my older stuff. Hey, David, I got to talk to you about that Overwatch, by the way. I got questions. Should hit me up on Skype sometime. Yeah, well, none of my family has any of my art, so I'm the only person who has my old art. My mother was the only one who had anything remotely old of mine, and now that she's passed, I have all that, so I have my art. I'll do a cast sometime where we can kind of walk through some of it. It's been on my list of things to do. Now that the old archives are up. But I want to get my buddy Richard on for that because he was there. I think that'd be more fun than having Brandon on for that. I'm a machine. I don't know about that, but shit's not getting itself done, that's for certain. I wish I could get more done, but, limits of time, right? Yeah, if I'm not streaming and I'm supposed to be, it's not because I'm not working. It's because I'm usually doing like test. Like I'm over here like trying different kinds of super glue on sketch covers to see what will work. And I really don't want the distractions. So even if you don't see me doing something, I'm, really good chance. 9 times out of 10, I'm actually still working on shit. Just. Yeah. So initially with the Mercy, you know, he wanted it like the April piece that I was working on. And here's the thing, dude. Like, no matter what I do, I'm gonna be missing plushies. You know, like, I already got like 3 people today who are like, "What about this character? What about that character?" I can fit all the plushies on there, but I can't color them with Copics. You know, it's just too many things on the thing. So what I'm thinking is I could just do it digitally, and then I'll take Mercy by herself and make a smaller version and color that with Copics. You know what I mean? Like individually, if that's cool, because I really don't want to have to go back later and do another one. You know? I mean, we're way past the amount, you know, at this point in terms of effort. You know, like I'm just trying to make certain that I'm not sitting here like 3 months from now going, oh, now I got to do this too. So I don't know, you know, I don't know what to do. Ah, scheiße. It's not quite working out the way I wanted it to. Jelly roll pens. Yeah, the jelly rolls actually work, man. You know, if they kind of get stuck and they're dragging, just roll it over and just kind of dab it a few times until you get it moving. It kind of glides. It takes a little bit of a test. It takes a little practice. You're not. It's not like you're just pressing down and it's going. Like you kind of have to like use less pressure. Yeah, I just think the mercy thing it should feature all the characters. You know. So I can be like, that's my Overwatch thing. You know. Like there it is. It's right there. It's all the fucking plushies. I'm there. So I'll do a test print, you know, see what it's like to color. But if it's gonna become a muddled mess, you know, it's like this right here, you know. These are all gonna be tonal. These characters, I'm not coloring these in, you know. So it wouldn't look as good. I know because I've done 100 fucking tests. I thought I might, but hmm. Yeah, I just stick with the jellies, man. Yeah, got it working. If I need anything better, I just use the actual calligraphy ink, you know. Use a brush. Nah, it's okay. I can wait. I understand there's a delay, so I just wait. Because as it stands now, on my future commissions, I'm not taking group shots. Like yours and this one are the last group shots. You know, and that existed before my new way of doing commissions. You know, so I'm not gonna be like, "Fuck, I'm not doing it." You know, so. So I'll take the exact same mercy pose and do an 8.5 by 11 rendering of it as well. You know, so you got the Copics. Because I'm gonna want. Like I already got the tracer, and then so I'll have a mercy, and then I'll eventually I gotta do all the characters I gotta do. So. I missed the boat. Yeah. I mean, I'll offer like larger commissions on Kickstarters, but that's it. It's all going to be smaller ones. I just don't have the time, man. You know, I need to get more done without reducing quality. So the size has to come down. I don't know what the hell I was thinking right there. I appreciate it. Do do do. Well, so you know, David, like my roughy lines, I tend to put those up for sale separately. So if you wanted those, you know, let me know. Otherwise, they'll end up in the store. It's the only way I can get shit done these days is like I got to do rough lines too, but you know, no stress by the way. Some people don't even like the line art. They just like the full color shit, you know? It's all about the heels. Damn fine. Right? Heroes never die. Shit's just taking forever. It never ends. Not a great person. Oh, nice. Mm. It's a lot of effort. Oh well. All right, later, dude. I think this is pretty much done anyway. It's good enough. It's good enough, son. So, digital colors sometime next week when Brandon gets done with the flats. What am I playing at the moment? Pandora. Oh, what am I playing? Oh, fucking No Man's Sky and Odin Sphere and Witcher 3. I rotate between the three. I'm more of a single player kind of guy. I don't really play multiplayer games. All right, folks, that's it. We're all done here. That took long enough. So what's up for tomorrow? Tomorrow I got to get those Venom lines done. And if I get that done in time, we'll work on adding plushies to that Mercy piece. So yeah, I'll be playing Witcher 3 forever. And then what else? And then I got Battletoads flats, coloring flats, and Final Fantasy 7 to start. That needs to get started. So more tomorrow, folks. See you soon. Bye. Peace, David. Peace. Look at right there. Look at me. Me and Mr. Poopy Butthole. Dun, dun. It's done.